Are you fucking kidding me? This is some bullshit.
Horrible.
Oh no.
Handball's definitely dead, bro.
No, no, I'm good, I'm good.
Wait, let me just.
Ow!
Oh, sorry, mate.
Got
You can't
fucked there.
park there.
The next rails, if you.
Himbo, this is the wrong one. Oops. That was the Yowie one.
Ollie, Dad?
Yeah.
Are we going to Disney World?
Surprise!
Hard shock, I think were his exact words. Then he struck the name across 3 times. Get locked out of the terminal, don't worry. The system will reset itself.
Holy
Just give it a
shit.
minute.
Fine, that yappy bussing skibbity style. There you go, how could I say no? Hi.
There he is.
I don't mind. I love Bush.
I bring you.
Shoot you.
Wait, hold on, hold on.
I'd be
hold
into
on,
it.
hold still.
Hello?
I bring you gifts.
7.6.
Hey, there's Bigfoot.
What? I'm fine.
Stop doing spins.
Yeah, I make it look
Kiko's never
good.
gonna get any sleep at this point.
Kiko's fast asleep.
Motion sickness goes crazy.
Kiko's fast asleep. Okay.
I think Kiko may be dead if they're sleeping through this so much.
You fucking idiot.
Are they having a good fucking time? Bitch. Fuck! This game is fucking awesome.
Hello? I'm Dummy Fick, and the clap of my ass keeps alerting the guards.
Hold on, let me... Here, let me... You know what, let me spice that up for you. You know, you bought me Discord. I'm sweating fucking bullet. Oh, fuck! I know what you are. I throw a bone at you, you little bitch. Oh. 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 Ooh. Oh my god, he's laying pipe. Oh shit. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, look at that technique. God damn.
We what in ball?
Guys,
Why do I
guys.
hear Hermes from Epic the Musical?
Are we in the same place?
Are you fucking kidding me? is some bullshit. I'm just shoving the balls in your mouth. No. Die! No. Sorry, I saw a woman on the road. Oh! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
Oh, I found a thing.
Uh-oh.
I don't think there's no gas left in it anymore.
We'll find out. I don't know. Can you believe this, guys? Oh, something went wrong. Well... Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I walked through the wall. Okay. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, shit. Wine. Okay, we've done that. I am boiling. I'm sweating. I am melted. Are you fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? I really don't like being alone. Guys?
Who is it?
Hello, it's me.
No.
Guys? Shit! Oh no! Why? Why do I do this? Why? What is wrong with me? Alright. I'm stealing the ant ski. There you go. Happy? Shut up. Levi. They made me bark. Shit. Fuck. No, it was this. Ah! I don't whiff hits. What do you mean? What other whiff to hit? Excuse me. No, you're Olivia. Hello, Olivia. Kirsten Law Walk. I got an
Look
aura.
who it is.
Oh.
That was quite a show you put on back there.
Dude, I'm taught.
They told me you were good.
How did you do that?
Failed to mention you were halfway out of your mind. I'm Olivia. We'll be working together a lot on this expedition.
The pleasure's all mine.
I've had enough, Goofy! You fucked my wife and now you're dead. There you go. Simon! You can't escape! Papa want sucky sucky. Papa want to sucky sucky. Papa hungry. It's shift while going down. What did we learn? What did we learn?
Don't fall from your invisible ropes.
Wrong. Don't ascend to godhood. Power of... Is that the 587? What's it gonna be? Himbo! Oh my god, I'm behind the cards. Oh, fuck my back alive. Oh, I'm behind the cards. This is not. Ow. Wow, hi everybody, Himbo, everybody, hi. And everybody, not just hi to me, guess who else you can say hi to? Go on, say hi. Say hi to Mod. Everyone, wrong. You say hi to Mod. Demi of Dur, welcome in, welcome in. Hi Ari, hi Martini. Hi everybody. As you can see, we are both pretty dripped out. We're both pretty drippy looking. I don't really have song requests on tonight. Just because... Shit, get banged. Just because... Size accurate. Oh my god, Mako, I know you. Goldie, how do you think you know Mako? How do you think you know Mako? Me. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome in. I hope you guys are all having a great day. Currently, me and Mod, we're dripped out. We're pretty similar looking. We look the exact same. We could be twins. I'd be the older one. Legabolken. So, hi everybody. So, if anyone who has never been to a fish night gospel, surely someday, yeah, you will after I've got like the guests that have time limits on. And me and Mod have been we've been you know we've been going it's been a couple. Hello 4 foot. Oh, we can't hear the guest, by the way. Oh, I've got it specifically muted. My bad. Sorry, my bad. All right, say hello, Mod.
Am I allowed to talk now?
You're no.
Hello,
Sorry,
cat.
my bad. This is Mod.
Hello.
For anyone who doesn't know Mod, honestly, not a surprise. We have extremely different stream times. Censorship in a himbo stream. Hi, Magic Markers. Accidentally. Way to put the CEO in his place. All accidents are, you know. I'm not saying it was an accident. I'm just saying. But hi everybody. Hi everybody who's coming in from Mod's side of things. I really appreciate that. Hi. This is Mod. Me and Mod have been friends for a while. But I think we've only had like one time we've ever played a game together. Is that true?
I think it's probably been 2 to 3, I think, but I think only one of them might have been on your stream.
Maybe.
I think there was something I definitely did with you before the like random peak day where I was just in chat and you were like, "Hey, do you want to come play?"
Because we mentioned it and it was like, holy shit, the last time we did something was this. But I don't remember it.
Yeah.
Is Mod very quiet?
I don't either.
Am I just having audio issues?
Uh-oh.
Wait, how quiet is Mod? Because I hear him pretty fine, but... Hold on, Mod, speak again, please.
The Fitnessgram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic exercise test.
How's that one? Is that a bit better? I've been having audio issues all day, apparently. Like, he's fine for me.
Cool.
Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna keep it at that. How's that? Is that enough for you guys?
I always enjoy when you instantly get like a perfect 50-50 of there's a problem and no, there's not.
Yeah, it's oh. I mean, it's a rough one. What are we thinking now? That's better, thank you. No worries, no worries. I have audio issues like in my brain, so a lot of my stuff is like on 1% because I've got really really good hearing to a point where I struggle with
Hmm.
like being able to fathom it, I guess.
Or at least put it into words.
Yeah, it's just it becomes a very overwhelming thing. Um,
Hmm.
but if anyone would like to join, the code is in the Discord. If you can do !Discord, please. Hi, Lemon. So if you guys would like to join, you are completely in your right to join. Hi, Reese. Come on, get your cards. There it is. There it is. Sometimes 1%, I agree. But me and Mod have never really had a proper collab. So, also, how's music? Can you guys hear music? You should be able to. The audio seems fine on the music. Seems like it's average. I don't know more about the fitness. You don't know about it already? What, it's a audio? I've been replaced by a
Do I need
doppelganger?
to? I can pull up the full copy pasta if I need to.
Oh, God. But, as you do that, before we were talking about, cheating on this game, because I used to get an army of frogs, and Mod said that they've been vac banned, and I'm very curious about that as an opener.
I mean, it honestly, it's kind of a story that a lot of people are probably familiar with.
Right.
Way back when, we're talking Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, I used to host like modded and cheated lobbies with
Right.
of like different game modes that weren't in the game itself,
Like zombies and
or just
infection kind of stuff?
yeah, and the
Ooh.
other mini games that people would come up with, like the what was it, like the Mike Myers, where everybody had to
Hmm.
hide from one dude trying to knife everyone else. Very fun time. Funnily enough, because of how the servers worked for Modern Warfare 2, if you were hosting the server, it didn't even matter if you were VAC banned. So I was just like, oh no, anyways, and kept hosting them,
Right.
and it didn't matter in the slightest. I think since then I haven't actually cheated in anything, and that's why my one VAC ban is. Oh wow, actually I should go check. How old is it at this point? Da, 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 da. 4,068 days.
So a
Wow,
couple.
that was like yeah. I have
At
been
least a
on
week.
Steam for 12 years, so that's most of that time already.
I've only been on Steam for about 5 or 6 years. I got my PC at 16, or like before I turned 16 as a
Mhm.
present, and it was really my wake up call to like actually playing games that weren't Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I very much enjoy that. It was just one of those things where I had a friend that was into the modding community, and he was like, "Hey, if you have this, it doesn't even matter if you get banned." And I was like, "Cool, I don't care about multiplayer anyways. I've already unlocked everything I wanted to unlock in that game."
thank you for dropping by, Max Tech. Don't worry, I'm gonna be VODing this. It's also gonna be on YouTube. It's gonna be completely available for you guys. Um, explain the fitness ground pacer test law. The Modern Warfare pacer test is where you hear slurs for 6 hours.
6 hours, those are rookie numbers.
I know, goddamn. You join a fucking lobby and that'd be the greeting.
Oh,
God.
what a time to be on the internet. I mean, I guess that's not the worst time or worst place to start anything that we're talking about. Um, I have like a weirdly storied past with like online gaming. Um,
Okay.
I I grew up like way up in the mountains in California. Like we're talking, I had dial-up internet years and years after everybody I knew had switched. So I lost my like formative years of gaming. The like really weird part is this was probably more than a decade after it released, but the first game system I think I had actually was oh God, I think it was called a Sega Portable, and it was a brick. I don't know if anyone in chat even remembers this because it's old. And to be fair, it was old when I got it. I think we found it at like some like flea market type thing at some booth. But we're talking like the giant cartridges that go in the back. This thing
Yeah.
ran off of like 12 AA batteries.
I
Um,
I think the earliest I had was a GameCube. I'm new gen. I'm a dial-up was finally ended 6 days ago. Holy shit! It was living a lot longer than I expected. I think my first ever experience with games was I was watching my dad play a game, and he was playing Command and Conquer Red Alert, Yuri's Revenge, and I asked him how to start playing, and he said, "Well, here I'll put you on the other laptop, and we'll play against each other." I was like 7. I got my ass fucking handed to me.
yeah, that's not an easy one to get a child into, I guess.
Yeah, in which case
Huh.
he did upgrade from that and started teaching me Plants vs Zombies. So
There you go.
the first game I ever really understood how to play was Plants vs Zombies, and then Insane Aquarium. If anyone has ever played Insane Aquarium,
Yep.
oh my god, I still have that game. I bought that game solely for nostalgia, and it holds up.
It definitely does. To an extent. I absolutely love all of those old PopCap games.
They're really good. There was one called Garden Defense that I used to always play, and I always distinctly remember the like speed up being it's imprinted in my brain so much that it's now my current raid sound. And I really enjoyed that. Anja, Insane Aquarium enjoy. I fucking love Insane Aquarium. I really, really do.
It's very fun. The first time you're like playing it as a kid, and then out of nowhere you have an alien invasion that you have to shoot with a gun was
I
very
just
much
get
like,
scared of
what am
that.
I playing right now?
I used to get so scared of that, honestly.
Yeah, because you might lose one of your precious fish.
Yeah, and then you could just realize you could go Prego strat and just win without clicking. But, Prego and whale strat, and you just kind of can't lose. Unless there's like a specific condition or anything like that.
Mhm.
I always really like the levels where you're in the more purple area and you had the guppy catchers, and then they would bring out the beetles, and then you had the beetle munchers.
Mhm.
God, the names were pretty fucking derivative. Well done, Whiskey. The names were pretty fucking derivative. I what was your first experience with a game?
My first experience with the game was, yeah, it would probably not like right when it came out, definitely years later because I was years late to pretty much everything I played back then.
Yeah.
Um, I don't remember that I actually like fully beat the game as a kid. I went back years and years later and I think finished it out. And then like the endless mode is it's whatever. It gets
Wait,
a little bit
which game
boring
is this?
very fast. Are we talking Insane Aquarium or were you trying to go into different things?
In general, like, what was the first game you ever played?
Without me playing too much personally, my dad on a very very
Raid,
old computer,
Red, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you.
had Duke Nukem, the faux 3D, like old school Doom type. For lack of a better term, a first person shooter, I guess.
Yeah.
And it almost got me like banned from playing video games ever because my mom will still tell this story to this day. Only with people that she doesn't mind
All right, Red.
telling this to, I suppose. But when I was like maybe 6 or 7, we were in a store and I think it was just a hardware store, and they just had like lengths of pipe. And I think I ran over to them and started to grab one and went, Mom, we need more pipe bombs.
Oh
Because
my
that's
god.
the thing in Duke Nukem.
Yeah.
And like that was like my mom had to have a serious talk with my dad and go, okay, I think that game maybe not for our 7-year-old kid. I might have even been younger than that, in all honesty. I have no memories of that actual time period, but yeah, no, luckily my mom ended up relenting, but it was almost I was almost one of those very sheltered children that just didn't get to play anything.
I was different in the way that I did have games from a younger age, but I didn't really have any friends until like my teens. So I didn't understand like WTF and OMG. I was like, what does that mean? What does that mean? That's what? Oh, BTW. What? Huh? Oh, that means, by the way. So I had to be taught all of that. And you do always need more pipe bombs. That is real as fuck. Yeah, I never really understood all that until much later. And I only really started to connect with people on games. I think when me and Ollie were like, "Oh, do you play Black Ops 2?" And then we
I
started
did,
playing on the PlayStation together.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
God, I think that
It's-
went for a couple of years.
it's honestly very lucky that online gaming went the way that it did because, yeah, obviously, like I said, I grew up way up in the mountains. So even when I did have a good amount of friends at school, I didn't have great cell reception. I was always like at least 45 minutes away from anything that they wanted to do in town. Um, and it was just one of those things like even if I got invited to things, I'd high chance that I either wouldn't know about it until too late or it would just be too far out of the way for me to be able to join for.
That's actually true, by the way. So Red, so Ollie is my I guess I don't know how I don't know the grade system. Basically, school when I wasn't a teenager friend, and but we still kept in contact after I moved away, which would happen very a lot. I moved a lot as a child. I think this is my 8th move in my life.
Wow.
Yeah, I get around. Um, and yeah, I met Red actually, uh, as a teenager, and I just thought he was annoying. Fucking hated him. God. But he raided me now, so I guess he's alright. But
That's how it works.
it is how it works. But yeah, I remember just being like, this guy's a bit weird. He's a bit annoying. And he was like, "Do you play Minecraft?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I play Minecraft." And then we started playing Minecraft together, and that was kind of. And then me and Red have been friends ever since.
Minecraft was a big one way back when. I missed like the early feeling. Don't get me wrong. I love mod packs. Nothing captures
nothing
that like
beats.
early Minecraft experience.
Oh my god! I remember being shit scared of zombies. I used to. It's time to dink my oider. Thank you for the dink. Atora, say something in chat. I made a special thing. You better fucking use it. There you go. But it was kind of like I don't know how to explain.
And I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about either. Fuck.
I mean, if you want a little bit of an interlude, I can remember the first time I built what I thought to be a really cool house out of wood and put in a fireplace and then stepped away for 30 seconds to see my cool house I built going up in flames.
They did. Right, the sequels broke and they're just permanently on the screen.
Oh no, I see them still. I
Let me
have
get
the
rid of
stream up, but
this.
no audio.
They're just excited about the fish, real.
Yeah.
Sorry, I remember what I was gonna say. What I used to do, because I used to play the demo on the mobile. So my first introduction was to Minecraft was getting shown by my much older cousin. His creative world, and like he used to have like it was just all made of wood, and it was that really old version of Minecraft where there kind of was nothing, right? Like, do you remember Nevercores?
Doesn't ring a bell.
So, Himbo Silence? Wait, am I... Huh? What? I'm not silent. My microphone's working. Sounds good to me. Fucking guy. Nevercores were on the... Yes, yes. And so... so what Nevercores were, hi Bean, were these things where it was a specific item, it took like 4 gold blocks and 1 diamond to make, and you'd kind of wrap it around in netherite. Oh, sorry, in cobblestone. And then when you press the nether core in the middle, it would create a giant area full of pigmen and withers in mobile, which, this all sounds insanely modded speaking about it now. You have my stream in your browser. You can see my browser. How? John Himbo, your mic's fucked. What?
Wow.
But does my mic sound good or bad? What's happening?
I can't tell. I can hear you just fine.
I think Field is fucking with me. Man. But yeah, that was like the only way to access Netherite and stuff. Thank you, Magic. Mike is fine.
That's
Field is just a little
definitely
bitch.
Immobile.
And I remember your mic is fine. Field, check your headphones. I just remember the nostalgia of that, and it was also a game I played with my dad.
Oh, nice.
Where he taught me to join on mobile, and he showed me a duplication glitch. That's where I get my habits from, of cheesing a lot of games with duplication glitches and making them as modded or changed as possible. Is because that's how my dad taught me to play games. My dad was always like, "Oh, do you like Plants vs Zombies? Imagine no cooldowns." I'm like, "Oh shit, I got no cooldowns now," and that was always like an extremely enjoyable experience, and one of the reasons I enjoy modding things and making mod packs so bad now. Like, it's just something I've always done, and it's the way I've played games for just so long, and I couldn't really imagine me playing games without changing literally everything, or doing my best to change things. I actually really want to play Lethal Company, and change that up, because like I always enjoy adding on to what's currently there. I think it's an amazing thing to change it.
It's very, very cool. It
Hi,
adds
Brooke.
a ton to community and replayability. I'm all for mods and things like that. In all honesty, again, Modern Warfare 2 is not the only game I ever cheated in. It's just the only Steam game that's been like ban worthy.
Like had an effect, yeah.
Yeah. In-game cheese, that's never a problem. That's in the game for a reason, because the devs accidentally left it in.
And it's my job to make them sorry about that.
Exactly. It's you're giving them free QA testing, so if anything, they should be paying you.
God, it's unnatural how good I am at dev testing. If I can fuck up, okay, one of my favorite experiences I've ever had while streaming was, so I started playing, one of the first things I ever streamed was SCP Containment Breach. And while I was playing it, a guy came up in my chat and was like, "Hey, I think you should play the Ultimate Edition for some, like, a new experience since you played this." And I was like, "That's a great idea. That's honestly a good idea." And so I started playing it, and over time, this guy was like giving me hints and telling me like really specific details. I'm like, "Wow, you really know a lot about this." And the person was like, "Yeah, yeah." And I was like, "Do you also stream?" And they're like, "Yeah, yeah." And this son of a bitch, right? This bastard, right? So I caught one of their streams. This motherfucker made the ultimate mod. And that is why they knew so much about it. And I still, Snowbrawler, thank you, Brooke, for the sub. I dink my order. And that's always been one of my favorite experiences. Just to have someone like be in the community and like I enjoy being fucked with to an extent, right? I think that's funny as fuck if someone's like, oh yeah, so this detail, I'm like, oh shit, do you know a lot about this game? Yeah, and he's the fucking person who made it. I wish I could remember their specific username, but their name was Snowbrawler. If anyone can find that, I'd appreciate the shout out for them. And I just think that was an amazing thing. Oh god, it was so fucking funny. Oh yeah, remember to share the sub. You get a free draw.
I've always enjoyed that about
What?
the indie space. What is that's pretty large.
A little bit. I tabbed out for a second and tapped back in and my screen was gone. But have you ever had any moments like that with streaming where you've had a dev or just someone of influence? Because another sorry if I just say another example is when I first started playing Darkwater, which is like a Lethal Company Barotrauma type game.
Okay.
The dev was watching us playtest that, and that was so much fun. The dev clearly having a blast, and it was just really enjoyable to see. So
I played that one, yeah.
I wonder if you've
Okay,
had
yeah.
any experiences like that.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that's one of the things that I really love about the indie space in general is sometimes you'll just like play a random game and go, oh look, a new viewer, and you'll chat with them for a while, and then at some point, depending on the person, sometimes they're more upfront about it, and sometimes like 2 hours into the stream, they're like, yeah, by the way, I made the game, so if you
Yeah.
have any other questions, that's always really fun. Or sometimes you get emails after. Actually, somewhat recently, we can work this into a potential opportunity for your own trauma. I was recommended to play a rage game for one of my birthday streamathon things a couple months ago.
Alright.
And that game was Math Climber, which is getting over it, but there are also areas where when you try to hook onto them, you have to answer a math question on a time limit, and if you don't get it right, you fall.
Oh.
Wonderful game. I really really enjoyed it. The movement is actually really clean once you get used to it, so it does get better even if you keep falling on your ass and losing a bunch of progress. I beat the entire game. It took a little over 3 hours or something like that. And the night after it happened, I got an email in my streamer business email that was like, "Hey, I'm the dev. Thanks so much for playing my game. You're actually the first person who has streamed it and finished the entire game on stream. Most people like stream it and then quit." And he gave me like 5 extra keys to share with friends or community members or whatever else. And speaking of, I still have 3 of them because for some reason nobody else was biting. So
I
if you
wonder.
need to convince
I
Himbo,
fucking would no. You're a guest, not a fucking enemy. All right, you're.
that's okay. I need your chat to peer pressure you. That way it wasn't my fault.
Ah shit.
But if you do want a key, I've got several. I've already convinced one streamer friend to play it and like a couple community members.
Oh,
The
holy
one
shit.
streamer friend has not beaten the game yet, if that's any indication. Ooh, big Ray.
Oh no, I'm fucked.
Honestly, Fields, I can probably hook you up. Of the people I've talked to, most people have been like,
Holy
"Why would I
shit, nice.
ever?" That's another one. Wow.
That sounds horrendous. That sounds like the
I
worst
will.
thing in the world.
I'll couch it a little bit by saying the math questions don't get super difficult, but it's still really easy to screw up subtraction problems that go into the negatives when you're on like a 4 or 5 second timer. But that just makes it worse when it happens. Also, if it sweetens the deal at all, the like narrator slash host of whatever is going on is very Tumblr sexy man coded. Like very,
Convinced.
very.
Get me the key.
Yep, there you go. He's in. But yeah, no, I mean, hey, anybody that wants a key.
Hi, Liv. That is. You might be the devil from the Bible. But on the topic of streaming and like the whole thing, how
Well,
did you get your name?
Okay. So this goes back quite a while. Oh my goodness, another massive ray. I honestly don't even remember like my full train of thought. This was so very long ago. I can kind of segue this into some other info about myself because I've been in the content creation sphere for honestly, I think over a decade total. But without actually making content myself because I was still up in the mountains. I had shit internet. I didn't have my full setup. I pumped way more money into my setup before I could actually start making content than I probably should have. But I don't care. I liked having it all, and it was fun to learn how to set up audio and things like that. Long story short, all that is to say, I was a much different person then than I am now, but I still really like the name. It was just something where I needed to come up with any name that I thought sounded okay and I would be okay with being known as. And I also took into account like whether or not people could shorten it into something so they didn't have to read out the whole thing.
That's a
And
very oh my god, that is a so if it's okay if I interject.
Yeah, of course.
I actually I was thinking of changing my username to Himbathy or Himbrosius, right? But I would lose a lot from that, I feel, because Himbobarian already like, you know, it's got the so anyone who's done marketing, what the fuck? All right, we just catching whales. Knows that like duh is like really himbo variant. Like a lot of people just it kind of flows really well. So if you have a good flowing name, it's a lot easier for people to. This is a him bowling, exactly that reason as well. So himbo variant, it's just so malleable. You know, there's so much you can do with it, and it's. I like that. You know, like
yeah.
Over the time, so many people have made different names for me, and I've come to really like them. I've come to. They've started growing on me, and people still make them. You know. Himbathy, Himbrosius. I am Shayla. I know it's you. I know it's you, Brooke. I know it's you. I know it's you. I know your Steam username. I know you know. Him bottom, him Brad. Okay, you didn't. Him bottomy is really good. Him bottomy is pretty good. Him Bob, ban that guy. But like, where I was thinking, what if I just change my username to Himbathy? Because like, I'm not really in the barbarian theme, you know. I just kind of, you know, I am what I am. I don't base myself on a brand or an alter ego. I'm just me, but blue, you know, and that's the whole thing. That's the beauty.
I was gonna say he says while a little great axe wielding version of himself sits directly underneath him.
That's just me. In so many games, I will go for the biggest weapon and the smallest character design. It is my favorite shit. I started playing Guilty Gear recently, and I started playing May just because small girl, giant anchor. It's
and also
so
dolphins.
Good. Also dolphins and whale and orca and walrus.
And whale, yep.
And
also tilting opponents by spamming all of them.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I like brisket. You'll be happy to know, Brooke, that Liv has been playing ABBA. But sorry,
Also,
just to go back to your name.
Oh yeah, no. But first of all, I'd like to thank you for picking one of the like 3 Guilty Gear characters that I actually know and could riff on. Thank goodness.
I just knew.
Of course, it would be Dolphin Girl. No. So, long story short, yeah, I wanted something that could be like shortened twice if needed, and obviously, Madi and Mod are both super common for people that are calling me anything other than my actual name. And
so I just heard demons.
It's one of those things where I couldn't actually come up with something. I think I'm okay with being creative. I'm very good at coming up with weird like content brain ideas things. But names specifically can be a real struggle if it's something like that's not a one-off like D&D character or something like that.
Yeah.
That stuff's not bad. things that I'm going to have to live with and stick with for a very long time. And I have had this name for the entire time that I started jumping into the content creation space. It's all it is a portmanteau of modify and multiply. That's it. That was my entire, like, I don't know. I just kind of like how this sounds. It's got a lot of potential nicknames. And there's like, I've originally had fun ideas for like profile pictures that were just like weird versions of like a big M that were multiplying or being shifted in some way. It was kind of meh, and I'm glad that I have actual art now. But
I have gone through so many names before settling on this one. God. God, there was K-Bay, and there was LeK-Bay, and there was Lacaeus Labeus, and then there was Caius Beus, and then there was... I actually think after all those names, it was... Because I based this name on my D&D character, and my prior names were also based on my D&D characters. So, one of them was called Caius Beus, and that was like my Twitch username. Because I didn't start streaming, actually, like 5 years ago. Very different channel, and I was a webcam. Caius Beus is still the name he has somewhere. Why are you shit-faced? I have it somewhere. Oh, Minecraft. Yeah, my Minecraft username is called Caius Beus. Funny. And, like... But then we started doing D&D, and I made a character, and I called them Later the Himbo Barbarian. And then I was like, you know what, be shorter, Himbo Barbarian. And then that was my username. And it stuck as my username for about 3 years. And then me and Levi had a pact where it was just like, hey, do you want to start streaming randomly? And I stayed true to my pact when I started streaming randomly. Levi, however, started quite a bit. Go to city, get noms. Bye, love you too, Liv. Later, my beloved, later's peak. But like the real attention to my D&D character started coming when I started playing Baldur's Gate, where I remade the character, and I really started to like this character so much that it just kind of became everything to me. So when I was like, okay, I'm gonna make this channel. This channel was solely just to play games. Like, I didn't watch any Twitch streamers. I didn't know anyone. Now, basically, all the content I consume is on Twitch. Check your letters. Oh, I'm gonna get a pipe bomb. And so, Scramp, please, $6 shrimp. Take my shrimp, hold my shrimp, cherish my shrimp. Gifts included. Shrimp. $6 shrimp. It's a little version of me. Shrimp. But ever since then, that name has just stuck, and I don't think I could ever be... Like, again, I thought of Himbothy, but I feel like maybe that's once I get into the much bigger leagues where it's like, you know... Because a lot of people just call me Himbothy anyway, as a joke, or Himbo. And I just don't think that, like, changing now is a prime time. I mean, I just hit 1K, and I don't want to be changing up everything and just be messing with everything that I've established for a very long time. I feel like that's just a bit stupid.
That's part of why I haven't ever changed. Well, that and I do just kind of like my name, but I've had multiple friends on Twitch that have just like every couple months they change their name.
Yes.
And it doesn't help with the community aspect. It doesn't help with friends going, what? I'm still gonna call you the old name for at least the next month.
Yeah, like, as long as it's not consistent, and as long as it's got good reasons, because, I mean, I've got my good friend Necromata who rebranded, and, like, it did take me a little while to get used to it, but now that I'm used to it, I think they've come back stronger than ever, and I think that's amazing. I think if you do it right, if you do it with the right timing, and you do it with the right reasons, it's a great thing to do. it's what matters most to you, which is honestly why I'm going for like my own 2.0. 2.0 was never in the VTubing was never in the marks for me. I wanted to say a PNG tuber, but then I got the model gifted to me, the current one, and
Mhm.
what a great gift! And ever since then I've VTubed, and thank you, Lamb. And now that I'm in the part where I've been getting a 2.0, which is more accurate to how I actually look. It's kind of insane. I never expected the scope of what I did to amount to much, if I'm honest. But here I am.
Yeah.
How did you feel about that? What? Because
I
we're
was a
also in the
flesh tuber
1K.
for the longest time. I hit 1K a long time ago. My entire streaming situation is very odd. Because again, I've been around in the content creation space for a long, long, long time, like before I was ever actually creating content myself.
Yeah.
But due to the nature of I guess I have to chalk it up to me being in the right place at the right time and also being generally enjoyable to hang out with and play games with. I kind of ended up with the right crowd of people that slowly amassed more people around it until it became like a full stream team. There's a little bit of deep lore for my current stream team that most people know about, but
Yeah.
originally there was a small group that I think, for lack of a name, because nobody could come up with anything, was just the Unusual Crew, which was like myself, Alexa, Penta Hybrid, and a couple people that don't really stream anymore, Mobius and Clumpers and some other people. And all it was is if we had a multiplayer game we wanted to play, we would play it together. Everybody else in there, I think, except for me at the time, was pretty like big into creating, if not already a big creator. And at some point, through other connections, Alexa tried to merge that group with a different group of people, which have some names that your chat might even recognize, possibly. I don't know. It's kind of weird to gauge how the scope of the internet plays out, especially
Ooh.
among
Any you want
whatever
to test?
demographic and things. Yeah, I think some of the bigger names would be like Retromation, Rhapsody, or Wanderbot.
Sadly, no strikes for me,
No,
but hopefully in chat.
and yeah, a little bit later we got some other people. Avak's a great dude. I play games with him and Wander every Sunday, and Penta actually. But they're like a large portion of them actually do content creation full time, which is really cool. Not something I ever really expected, because for me it was more about like, if that happens, it happens. But I just like turning my gaming sessions into something that's more community driven.
Yeah.
Which is such a better mentality to have going into streaming.
Oh, absolutely. If you go into this expecting like it to go well, you're failing. Because like if you base yourself off of what you're currently doing, like if you started stream and you went, oh man, I've only got one viewer for your first day, like, you know, you're done. You're fucked. You're not making it anywhere just because you've ran into an ocean expecting to come out an Olympic swimmer when you've not got any of the things that you need for that to start off with. And you might be one of those people who've got the chances to, you know, just buy a model off the bat and have all of these people support you. But a lot of people don't. Like when I started this full time, it was because I had a shitty job, and the donations I was getting through streaming were more than I was getting paid weekly. And so I was like, all right, do you guys think it would be okay if I fully dedicated to this? And it was because I've had a crazy run of just circumstance, which I don't think anyone who knew me years ago would expect me to be here now. I don't think anyone expected me to go into the more entertainment side of things, because I was always a very, before I really started wanting friends, I was a very logical, cold, and calculated person, and I was like, well, logically that doesn't make sense. And then like I started realizing that all I'm doing is hurting people and being a shitty person. Hi, Infinity. And like, I didn't want to keep doing that. I didn't want to, because as much as you can be in the right, cold and calculated, I was a very logical person, Red. I was like Dexter, literally. I was like Hannibal. With a lot less murder. Still a little, but you know. You were so Sigma. I was, thank you, Red, thank you. But I realized that just kind of made me a fucking loser. Like, oh wow, your feelings don't matter because we've just got to complete the task. Fuck off. Oh god, I would have put myself on that curb. Um, a little bit of murder is a treat. A lot less murder sounds like someone who did a lot of murder would say to the no, 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 no. Not that you would know. Not that you'd find out. I mean,
every streamer has just the tiniest bit of serial killer in them. It's just it happens.
well,
It's the ego.
It's what you gotta do. It's how you live. A letter. Oh, you got me a habit to dink. Catches. Oh my god, why are you spoiling me? You can't lie on the internet. That is true. That is true. You can't lie on the internet. But it's very difficult to have expectations on stream when it's so inconsistent. But finding out that people were willing to support me so much to the point that my actual job paid less, I was just like kind of like, would you guys accept this if I full-timed to provide you guys content? And it kind of just went from there. And but yeah, I've had an insane life of just change and doing ridiculous stuff compared to what like I used to do. Because a lot of people would have expected me to be a corporate job or just anything else. But no, went into entertainment because when I so I was always very into creative writing, so I went to college for it. And I was told, hey, we got you a spot signed up if you complete the college course. Like you can go straight to this university, and you know, get into being an author. And I was like, well, that sounds cool. And then it didn't sound cool over time. I started thinking about it, and it was like, okay, but how many authors do I know, right? And then once you get into that thinking of how many authors do you actually know, right? You think about maybe you come up with 10 people if you're really into books, if you've got glasses and you're a little bitch and a nerd, maybe you know like more than 10 people who make books. But when you put it in that perspective, imagine the people that are also doing this that didn't make it, you know? And then you've got to compare yourself to these authors who are famous for a reason. They are extremely famous because of what they do. And then you kind of realize that it's one of those things where if you start art expecting to be the next Da Vinci, you're fucked. And if you do go into art expecting to be even 1% of Da Vinci, hey, guess what? Still fucked, because that's just how those lines go, you know? That's just those careers where they are so hit and miss, much like streaming, which is extremely hit and miss. I don't think anyone who starts this expecting to become famous is a moron, and it's sadly not even close. There's no nice words to say to anyone that goes, I can do this just as well as this guy, because you can't. You can't. Even if the streamer you were watching is the most boring person in the world, if they've got like 10,000 people watching their stream, they are clearly doing something right, and you will not get that immediately. You've got to work for that. No matter what position you are in, you have to work for it. And that's like the same perspective I had with writing, where I might not be famous until my 40s writing books. And what do I do between that point, you know? What am I supposed to not write books for 20 years after this, after I finish uni? Or do I get a minimum wage job for 20 years and then hit it? I don't want that. I don't want to live my life maybe getting famous or maybe, you know, being homeless. So I just went, okay, yeah, fuck college. I'm working. and then that kind of just
That's
all leads back to when I started streaming with like my job being so shit that I started yeah, started streaming.
yeah. It's all of that is very much the case for I think honestly every creative type job out there. It's the same for acting, music, all of that stuff. It almost requires you to put in full-time work hours for literally nothing. In some cases, you're paying money to be able to do that work just to get off the ground floor. It's I don't
It's
know. That's why it's always better to start as a hobby because everybody else is looking for that one big break and maybe you get it and maybe you spend, 20 years buying lottery tickets and end up in debt and nothing else to show for it.
or maybe you get lucky and you buy a lottery ticket day one, boom, and you're a millionaire. But it's so unlikely that you get
Oh
much
yeah.
out of this, and
Oh, never plan for it.
never. It's disgustingly like uh I don't know how to even it because it's so unfathomable on like the scale of things once you get to the bigger numbers on Twitch.
Oh, for
And
sure, for
it's
sure.
it,
It's
it
also way more work than a lot of people that are starting out understand.
like if you told me a month before I was about to start streaming that I'd have to be messing with OBS till the day I fucking die, I would have said, "All right, I'm not bothering." I I don't know if I knew the trouble that OBS would give me in my lifetime, I think I would have preferred a fucking jigsaw trap. I and then there's the people you meet here as well. It's such a big 50-50 on people. And just needing to gain these skills which you never thought you'd have. What the fuck?
Oh my goodness.
Holy shit. Goddamn. Also, Lamb, Brooke said hi. It, it's uh it's just one of those things. Again, it just becomes this very daunting experience where as much as you might be more skilled than someone, that doesn't matter. You know, you might have
Oh,
so much
no.
more than somebody. There's you've got to be genuine about what you do. So when people
Mhm.
start and they're like, "Oh, I wish people would subscribe" and stuff like that, that puts people off. And when it's like when people are like constantly asking for follows or follow for follow, again, it ruins that sense of that genuine feeling that people want
Mhm.
when well, most people want, or at least in this kind of sphere, which I imagine we're both part of, where we're just honest about how we feel, and but we're not like haha we're honest, haha we don't hold back, but like we just oh I don't like that, yeah I like that, or hey I like that, oh I don't like that, and it's not
Yeah.
not an issue, while a lot of people who are just starting just to see if they can get famous off of it is just it's like oh I like your opinion, or oh and there's no diversity, and I hate that. It's a really demeaning thing to cycle yourself in if you're constantly just a yes man to everyone.
Oh yeah.
it's
It's
you're gonna get
it's
nowhere.
not good.
Like
You might make some friends, but they won't be the kind of friends you want to, be around all the time. It's
yeah,
curating your community is such an important facet of
someone
just the
called a
creator
compliment.
space and even more so in Twitch than like YouTube because YouTube videos are up there forever. Everybody's going to
Yeah,
eventually just like stop through. You're going to get some really weird people. But Twitch is so very active in they're here for you. They're actively taking time out of their day at your specific schedule to come visit. And if you don't curate that well, or if you have to put on some sort of persona, it can get really tiring. Like burnout seems, at least, I don't know the actual statistics, but it seems so much higher for people that have to put on any sort of persona.
absolutely.
Just,
Holy shit, if I was like
Hey guys, welcome to my Twitch stream. Hi everybody, my name is Hippobarian.
I think I would have quit a year ago. Jesus, stop with the whales. Stop. I'm banning whales. Anyone who gets a whale is getting banned. I'm sick of this shit. All right, I'm sick of this shit. Hubbard, Hubbard, and it's just no. And a lot of people that will just go into this expecting to become famous, you can tell it's. If
Yeah.
if that voice was every
It's-
stream, I'd be subbed forever.
I mean, at least you'd land a job on Smiling Friends, so.
Hey, everybody. Oh, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Oh, I need to watch the new
Mhm.
season.
3D Squelton hates lies.
Dude, everything you said about
Mhm.
helium is true. Everything you said is true. Oh, boo-hoo.
But yeah, no, it's
God.
one of the things that I have had to deal with a little bit more than most, because of being in a stream team with people that are way bigger than I will likely ever be, is it also potentially made me a mark for people that I had people that seemed pretty genuinely cool in my chat. And
Yeah.
within a week of joining my community, I would get a DM from them saying like, "Hey, so how do I join the Wholesome Verse?"
Oh,
And I'm
right.
like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
it's like
cool.
they want to be
Fuck
daisy
off."
chained into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's see, that's always the struggle, is because there's you don't. I don't know how to explain it, right? Anyone who streams for long enough, you will get this spidey sense, all right? I can't explain the words, but you will just see someone's username and you'll go, ew. And you don't know why. You just feel it, right? You just fucking feel it, and
Uh-huh.
it is.
I've
I'm
had
sure you get it, right? The bad vibes radar. You will literally get it from the name, from the username. There are certain combinations where like, I don't. Right. So, say if someone has like a green name, but their username isn't a green vibe, you're like, huh. You know.
That might be a little bit more than I can say for myself, but I have definitely still had that feeling looking at usernames.
I don't know how to explain it. You just feel it. It's insane.
Mhm.
You just go, okay, that's why. Why is that not clicking with me? Why is that? For example, if Lamb's name was like a different color, I'd go like, huh, that's not a very Lambency like color for the name.
Well,
And I've always
doesn't I was gonna
Sorry.
say, doesn't Twitch still default you to changing the color of your name every like day or two, or even
Racist.
stream? I think.
Maybe I'm not entirely sure, but sometimes like I don't know. It's I mean it has to be a bad person, and then you kind of catch it from the name as well.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I guess I can't really say if it's like a thing, but like you can select
For-
specific, yeah.
Yeah, you can select specific colors. I don't know if it's the default. Yeah, the default is random. Okay.
But like say it's magic markers, perfect color, right? Perfect color for their username. Himbo vibe checks, you are welcome to. I have been asked that many times. I have good vibe checks, all right? You can yeah.
Mhm.
Like you just feel that I don't know how to explain it. What's your vibe check? Well, I talk to you, don't I? We're friends, aren't we? You've got the same color scheme as me. That is a compliment, absolutely. You're so right. My boy rolling above a 17. Hi, Faye! Like, Faye, you're, like, your name is very green, obviously with Faye as well. Like, that green or purple would be fine. But if I saw you being the color blue, I'd be, what the fuck? Huh. You know? Obviously,
Your vibe
that's...
check is very different from mine.
How does yours go? Or do you just feel it?
Usually, I mean, sometimes there is one that I just can't fully explain. A lot of times, it's sometimes you can tell that a name is trying a little bit too hard. I usually chalk it up to immaturity. Sometimes I get the vibe that like this person is not only a streamer, but they're a new streamer and they're potentially here for a reason. Not just to check out and hang out.
I mean, you see the VT in their name, you know, and like obviously VT isn't and also Wooski. Fuck that color.
YT.
Fuck that color. That is the biggest literal red flag I've ever seen. I would ban you immediately. I do not trust that. If any psychopath uses that color and does not have like the most fiery, most passionate like personality to go with going for a bright red color, you're weird. Like, oh god. Absolutely not whiskey. But
yeah, mine does usually. I've got a fairly good radar on. Okay, that name seems like somebody that might even be too young to be on Twitch. I'm going to make sure that I just keep an eye, make sure nothing crazy happens. And
yeah.
a majority of the time I'm right because it's kind of obvious, but it is mostly a vibe check. And sometimes I've been wrong before. I've definitely been wrong before.
Oh,
but-
absolutely. I mean, I know I've been wrong before, and I think that's still one of the things that affect me the most in my Twitch career. But you know,
Mhm.
could I pull off? Absolutely not, red Urist. Shit, I wasn't paying attention. Could I? No, no, no. You guys aren't pulling this off. No. Well, why the fuck not? You don't. Okay, number one, right? Urist Axebeard is your username, and you want to go with like a. I guess fire would make sense with dwarves and shit, but I just. That's not what you associate. You associate with earth and nature because dwarves are underground, and I don't really associate that with fire. And, like, people who are honest and genuine will be thematic, right? Red like the fire is the forge. Okay, yeah, dwarves are... I get that dwarves are known for forgery, and like, well, not forgery, but blacksmithing.
I was gonna say that's a little bit different.
But, like, go with a more earthy color. That is not the point of a dwarf is that they use the earth's natural resources, right? And I get that heat is part of that, but heat is the catalyst for them to use earth's resources. So earth is the biggest, like, contender in that. And I just
Now, I guess. I asked
You're a
this
catalyst.
in the nicest way possible, but with the whole, genuine people will be thematic. Were you theater kid, Himbo?
So guys, this was a good stream. I hope you guys have a good time. No, I was not a Fiat. What?
That's
I was not. No.
It sounds like something that some people I knew through school would have said.
I did. I did get into stuff. By book. I did get
I
into
was late
it.
into that stuff.
I was late into it as well. I'm not a theater kid, though. I'm not a theater kid. I was never cringe like that. I was just cringe in the normal way. And but it is true though. A lot of people, like, of course, there's more mysterious people, but they at least act like it, right? They're like, none of your business. And I'm like, okay, thank you, Brooke. And it's just one of those things where I keep catching strays.
There's nothing wrong with theater kids.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just,
well, yeah. In a social sense, no.
In a
whatever
way,
else is between you and your therapist.
And God, if he's even listening to you after what you sang, he's heard Dear Evan Hansen 1,000,000 times. He cannot take 1,000,001. You get 3 of those, by the way, Brooke. I don't know. Again, I've always felt colors from people, so a lot of times, like, and a lot of people know their colors. Surprisingly enough, so when people ask me like, "Oh, what color would I be?" A lot of people already associate themselves with that color, so it's kind of like one of those things where Ollie really likes the color. Jesus Christ, that scared the fuck out of me, Marcy. It's one of those things where people have kind of already found their color, and they stick by it because it's usually their favorite color because it's what they associate themselves with. And like, for example, Ollie is I don't know how to explain it, but his color is like the way that sun feels on a good day when it's windy and the sun is just on you. Like,
You saying amber is the color of their energy?
Maybe I wouldn't say it's amber.
Oh no! Wait, no, that's a very famous song reference. Never mind. Go back. What were you
Oh.
saying?
I said that
Thank you. Here. Yep.
like
Thank
the
you.
feeling of the sun, like when it's windy.
No, it's not something I'm like new to the concept of. I don't personally have that, but I've known many people that just, yeah, they get vibes through colors and aura, whatever you want to call it. I guess now the internet has turned aura into something very different, but
Yeah, like I don't know, you just feel it, and I feel like I associate and feel with the the emotions or like the type of person they are.
mhm.
And like really, Marcy, they are just spamming all the Easter eggs right now. Christ. And I feel like that's a very big part of it as well. A lot of people who don't have those skills to differentiate people
Mhm.
are usually the people that aren't good for you. From what like I've experienced and stuff, because like you can sometimes see the desperation on people when again back to the topic of like people trying to like piggyback off of your success or are you guys fucking kidding me? Now Mod's eating fucking Jeff.
Hey, wait a second. I didn't agree to this. Oh, the stick bug took half of him.
Jeff split in half in the Bronx. Typical fucking Mako as well. Oh, I hate the colors now. I hate it.
No,
I hate seeing those colors in chat. But
yeah, I 100% know where you're coming from. It is very much a vibe check thing. Everybody's got a little bit of a different tell, but I don't know. I like to think I'm still pretty good at it, and I guess you kind of have to be the longer you spend doing something where you come
absolutely.
across a vast array of very diverse people.
And
And
like,
sometimes you can tell pretty instantly that they're going to match your vibe and you're going to enjoy
oh
having them around in the
fuck! I was the
community.
next person to get away, and I'm gonna be banned.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Well, this has been fun, chat.
Oh man. Yeah, like sometimes you just know the desperation, and like,
Yeah.
or just that you just get a suspicion,
And
like, and sometimes
to
there's
be
people who
fair,
are genuine, but they're just
yeah.
yeah.
I am more than willing to give those people the time of day to just maybe that is kind of the nervous energy, the insecure energy, whatever you want to call it, that they give off. And as long as they're not actually like acting on that in a way that is detrimental to the community, I don't have a problem with it. I've known lots of people that have grown out of that. Everybody changes over time. I don't think there's anybody out there that's the same as they were even like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's I have people in my community that I think have asked me about like joining the Wholesomeverse before that I was just very upfront. Like again, always set boundaries. That's like the most important thing as a creator on Twitch. But they're still in my community and they're still really good people. It was just kind of at that time they weren't in a great place to just be a community member, and they did get there eventually. Wait, I don't have bait. I'm
Like,
too engrossed in our
some
conversation.
people will genuinely change just by like with no effort, just by being given the chance for once, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And I feel like I've had that a couple times in my time doing this, because there's people where I get the really bad vibes of, and then as I get to know them, it's oh, I actually kind of get you. I understand you. Himbo makes me feel unsafe in his community, and you're the only person who thinks that because you're the only person I would beat on sight, or something like that. Not that that's true.
What an honor. The only one.
Hey guys, sub to get beaten to death. Don't mind
Yeah,
me,
now
just
I'm
realized.
watching. Let's see
No
how many
worries at
pop
all.
in.
Oh my god, I got another fucking. Oh, this is bullshit. I'm getting double banned. I'm pretty sure my resub does actually beat you with a hammer. I don't remember. Don't know. That's obviously not. Oh shit. Now I sound desperate. I sound like a desperate bitch now. What is wrong with me? But like, there's the people you give the chance, and it's really nice to see people grow. It's legitimately such a nice feeling. Like, um, because you kind of, in a way, you feel responsible, which is the most double-sided blade or double-edged sword there can ever be is responsibility.
Yeah.
All right, thank you,
It's-
Max, for the resub.
I figured there would be at least one.
Of course, it's Max. Sweet old Max. So this is what it's like. Wait, huh? Small and Victorian orphan boy. I'm not an orphan. I. Oh, look at Whiskey all the way over there. Holy shit. I would, but I absolutely no pressure at all. I keep my ads at 3 minutes an hour so people don't have to sub. That's the whole point. So it's not constant. Yeah. What the fuck is this? Have I seen this before?
That?
It looks a bit weird, but
it might just be a smaller fish. That's way bigger than I usually see it. I didn't recognize it.
Yeah. I always want to make sure, like, I always want to give people something, you know? A lot of people don't get that chance of being given anything. And it fucking sucks. I know I wasn't. So I think the best thing I could ever do is just be like, hey, watch me for free. Tiny Tim-ass motherfucker? Alright, now. You're not invited to my birthday party, bitch.
You're gonna stream it anyways.
Yeah, I am. But I don't remember now. That fucking took me out of it. What the fuck? Or at least is Kermit your dad?
No, it's I really do enjoy the content creation, just like networking and all of that stuff. You meet some really amazing people, and the beauty of the internet is you very much get to choose whether or not you associate with them. Like, sometimes there is like crossover, and you can't really get rid of it because you're not going to tell people to not watch.
Yeah.
But at the same time, even if something happens down the line, you still very much have the option to just be like, okay, I can make some distance because this isn't like somebody that lives in my hometown and I'm going to see at the grocery store next week. The anonymity is very, very double-edged.
Absolutely.
Like we talked about some of the other stuff. Some people use it to specifically pretend to be people they're not, and some people use it as an opportunity to be very genuine because they feel safer with that ability to just like, okay, I can be myself here, and if people don't like that, I can just find somewhere else to be.
Yeah, it's it's that easy, and that's one thing no one could ever warn you about, actually, is how many people you lose during this.
That is,
yes.
Yeah.
And it's, I hate to say, but it's one of the most overwhelming. You meet up some amazing people, and then there's me. Yeah, you're one of them. You're cool. Don't underestimate yourself just because. Like, I mean, come on. There's like 8 billion people on the planet. You're at least like in the top 50%, right? That's not like a hard margin. So at least congratulate yourself on that.
Just to touch on what Enchantress said in the chat here in game, that is very much how it works, honestly.
Yeah.
If you're just going out of your way to network because somebody has big numbers on their Twitch stream, no,
oh, good fucking luck.
Not a chance.
You're not getting an ounce of attention. Go fuck yourself. If you go into someone's stream, like, say if you raid someone, right, and you go, hey, be friends with me, and like, and then you never show up again. What? Like, you look like a psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine running into like someone's friend group and being friends with me, and like expecting that to work. It doesn't. But
Yeah,
a lot of the friends I
like...
make, I've been like, you're cool. If you want to be friends, I'd love to be friends.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will show up over time. Because I'm not going to go... Because it's not I want to be friends because you're cool. Or, sorry, it's, I want to be friends because you've got big numbers. It's, oh, I actually think you're cool. I did that with you and it worked twice. Go fuck yourself, Red. He's right. Bastard. Don't shash me, you haven't been in VC. Well,
It's
fuck you. Oh, thanks, Whiskey.
oh no.
Aren't you I was adopted into the Himbros. I was like, hey, Whiskey, mod for me. And you've been here since.
Mhm.
But again, one of the most daunting things and one of the hardest things I struggle with, because I'm a very attached person. I put 110% into almost everyone I meet. And like, sure, that does burn me out of people, and I do end up like being burnt out and not being able to speak to people for like a month or two, at most, right? I do struggle with that stuff, but I just never expected to lose so many people, you know,
It's yeah.
and
Obviously, it happens, and sometimes you can't do anything about it. But something that happened with me specifically that really sucked is when I first moved. I moved to a different state, and the place that I moved to, between the stress of moving and the place that I moved to having really shitty old internet wiring,
yeah,
I took an entire, I think, a little over a year hiatus from streaming. And obviously, there are still a lot of people in my community that are still around, and I love them dearly. I am excited to see them when I start streaming. But the amount of people that I have like not seen since then because I kind of had to fall off the face of the earth is really rough because I feel like that was on me. And I know it's not. I'm usually really good about being able to differentiate like
yeah,
this isn't something that I should blame myself for. But sometimes there's just that little bit of like, well, if I had tried a little bit more to make it work, would I still see these people around? And it's
yeah, and there's so many fucking outcomes. It's ridiculous.
yeah.
It does get overwhelming. I personally, I have a lot of interest in thinking about what would have happened and the people I would have met if I didn't do specific things. Like,
Mhm.
if I wasn't spamming Gartic, I would have met Max, you know? And if I wasn't randomly in a stream, so this insane pipeline, if I wasn't randomly just looking on Twitch where I saw someone playing Suicide Squad and wanted to see how
Mhm.
bad the game was, I wouldn't have met Lena, which wouldn't have raided me into Mocha, which would have meant I wouldn't have ever met Lamb. And those connections are insane. And
Yeah.
I kind of dread to think about those connections being different. Also, Whiskey, you the fucking boy kisser. You are, you fucking piece of shit. Um, and those connections do get overwhelming. But at the same time, you lose so many. There are so many people that like you think about and you go, man, it's I've not seen them in a while. I hope like I haven't done anything wrong.
Mhm.
Okay, Max. And oh god. Oh god. Can you guys type a bit more so I don't have those two making out sloppy style on my phone?
Yeah, he's not going to be able to focus.
But it's also the way I kind of counter that is by thinking about like the people I'm glad I don't have around anymore as well. I
Yeah.
because again, I know that's a very like spiteful and like that is me reaching out for a reason to be like, oh yeah, this is my reason. I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
Mm. It's one of those things. I like to focus more on the positives than the negatives in that
Mhm.
like it's more of a well, if things hadn't happened the way they happened, I wouldn't have, met this person in this way and done things like that. And I have met some incredibly amazing, wonderful people in ways that I never expected just because of yeah, exactly like what you said, chilling in a friend's stream that you're
The most
already
insane
weirdly
connections,
acquainted
yeah.
with. Yeah, like how many? It's what's the Wikipedia game like the 12 degrees of Kevin Bacon or whatever,
The
where you figure out how
fucking
many
what?
links.
Oh
It,
right, the like five
yeah,
social links to know Kevin Bacon that everyone has.
that kind of like just all the weird webs that end up out there. of this person knows this person, and then sometimes they interweave in a way that you don't expect, and you're chilling in a friend stream and you go, wait a second,
I know
I didn't
you.
even know you knew this
Yeah,
person.
it's so fucking cool. I had an experience like that with someone called Vanilla, and we basically have the same friend group, have the same streamer group, and know all the same people, but we never met. And we met very recently, and it's like, holy shit, we got all these mutuals. And it's really baffling. And it really does make up for the fact that, like, again, you lose, no one in the fucking world can tell you to expect the weird sense of grief you get from doing this, because you miss out on so many people, but you also learn so much about so many people. It's why I do this, you know. I don't think we've ever had like an interaction where we've learned about each other in a way that isn't just happenstance. But now we've got
Yeah.
this, you know, interview where everyone's learning about each other, and people can have their input, and we can kind of like share these ideas and how we feel about topics. And I think that's an amazing thing to have, where it's just it's passively opinionated, you know. I don't like toast. I do. Okay, you know, and it's nice. And
Nah, fuck you if you don't like toast.
fuck you. I like bread. Oh, so you hate waffles? What?
That's not what I said.
So you hate waffles? That's not what I said.
Mhm.
Anyway,
I
it's a very rough balancing act where I honestly can't blame some people for quitting because of that. Because you meet a lot of pieces of
Why
shit,
is that shark pink?
and you meet a lot of. I think it's the time. I was gonna say the time of day, but that doesn't change. It actually might because it's foggy.
Yeah, probably.
And you just do get a really sad sense of grief with everything that happens so much, where you. Oh, because it's 5-star. I didn't realize it's
Oh, I
a
see.
thing. I didn't say it, but we heard your. Wait, what did I say? Shit. Like. Again, there's so many
Yeah, no,
people I can think of right now. Like, there's so like
It's
I can think of Gozu or Poor, and both of those guys aren't around as much.
it's understandable because life happens, but at the same time, for the same reason that it's easier to end up kind of cutting people out if the worst happens, you can also lose
Yeah.
people to the same thing in reverse, where not necessarily them cutting you out because they don't want to be around, just that life happens and they can't be around.
Yeah.
And anybody that says online connections are not real connections has clearly never actually had online friends.
Actually ridiculous.
I
Yeah.
will always die on this hill. There are absolutely wonderful perks to having friends that are just in your local area, but again, it's so much easier to be genuine. It's so much easier to spend hours talking to a person online versus, oh, we're gonna maybe go watch a movie together in a group of 6 people. Like,
Like,
it's,
you know, it is what it is, you know. Like,
yeah, it can be more personal
how
than
yeah.
real friendships.
Nora, thank you for the gift, sir. I know it's you. I just I never I can't understand how they can't be connections. You know, they're genuine, and
Yeah.
it's ridiculous to say otherwise. So I'm really thankful for the chances I've had, and that I can look on it on a more positive light. Because again, I think we both have had our experiences of meeting not so great people. I mean,
Yes.
you've been doing this for a long time, and I've only been doing this for a year and a half, and it's one of those things where, you know, if I've come across it, you definitely have. You know, you've definitely come across shitty people that have just
Mhm.
done their worst to try and hurt you, and it sucks. It really fucking sucks. But then, what would you
yeah.
have if you didn't take those chances in the first place? You know, even if 10% of the people I met were good, I would probably still do this shit, because hey, that 10% is real fucking good, and I think it really just does outbalance everything shitty about it.
It does. To be honest, I think that I haven't actually had as many of those experiences as you might expect for somebody that's been around for 6, 7 years of actual creation and a couple years before that of just having friends that do it full time.
Oh my god.
But part of it is that I I don't know. Going back to community curation, I tend to use a mix of vibe check and like actually going, these are my boundaries. If somebody steps over that, I don't want to have to put in the extra effort to just make sure that they come back and are okay. Uh, it's something that I do disagree with a lot of streamer friends, but I 100% trust my mods to go, hey, this just is bad energy. I feel like I should ban
Yeah.
them, or I'll make the call. Just it's it's one of those things where the energy it would take to just deal with having that person in chat isn't worth the potential downtick in everyone else's energy while I have to sort it out.
Oh,
Because the
absolutely.
community is
I don't think the
already
sacrifice is worth it.
happy
in,
with
in
what
that
they
case.
want. Yeah. And they also trust that I do know what to do when something terrible happens. I actually haven't had that many streamer friends that have like fully burned bridges. And the ones that have are very memorable because it always happens in weirdly different ways. Sometimes it is because of weird numbers things. Yeah. I obviously I'm not gonna name names or anything like that for the
Yeah.
stream, but I've lost some very good friends that I knew for a very long time because a new friend of theirs either didn't like me or just was a very much a person I didn't vibe with, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna just wait until there's time to not be around them. Hey, wait, I don't have bait again. Anyways, um, it's it's one of those things where you're always sad to see them go, but because I have my boundaries set in such a way that I feel very comfortable with them, sometimes it's not worth the effort. And
Yeah,
what it
God.
means is that the people I do still have around are people that I know that I enjoy being around whenever. I can be in a bad mood and still start up stream and see people and go, wow, I'm glad I'm doing this, rather than the idea of, okay, this person might be around today if I'm like playing a game that they would ask to play multiplayer with or just be in
God,
chat for. Like,
oh god.
the second you
I
start to dread what you're doing on stream,
you should
it's
you should definitely mix it up. Yeah.
oh,
I I don't think I've really had that because I mean I have had times where I've dreaded certain chatters
Mhm.
where I've just not found a reason to ban them without looking like an asshole. But then I realize,
Hmm.
oh, wait, I own this. And then I
This
do it
is
anyway,
your
you know?
corner. Yeah.
Like me? Really? Is this like a consensus where you guys think I'm trying to find reasons to ban you?
No, they're finding reasons for you to ban them. It's the opposite.
Ah, okay.
They want you to do it.
Ban red. I God, fuck, that completely threw me off. Fuck. What were we saying? Shit. Yeah, I've definitely had
yeah.
times where I've had to get rid of people.
Mhm.
And hi Moon, can we get a shout out for Moon, please? And also Faye, where I've had to ban people and like, well, not ban. I usually time out. I've got very few bans that aren't bots because I try and keep it as light and breezy, and I like to give people the chances, even if they're fucking weird and evil. You know what? I've met some of my friends because they were weird off the bat. And
Oh, there's very different vibes to just weird and this
yeah,
person is community poison.
I think
It's
the
about
difference is
making
how
sure
funny
everyone's
they are.
comfortable.
Like,
Also true.
if right, it's one of those things where they can be as fucked up as possible if they make it funny.
Yeah, because it makes it so everybody else knows that it's a joke too. It's not just saying bad things for the purpose of, wow, everybody saw my message, right?
Yeah,
Isn't that
like
fucked up.
God, But on the topic of like needing to disappear for a while and then coming back, I think one of the worst things to ever do, not to do, but like experience, is when you have someone who will take like you not being there completely as like a spite against their lifeline, you know, and you get a message like, yeah, so since you hate me, get out of my life, and it's like, oh, I forgot to respond once. My bad.
No,
And it's like it'll
I'll-
be
I'll be
no
honest.
other reason.
This is 100% a me thing, and I don't fault anybody for not being like this. The second I get that shit, that's like an instant cool thanks block. 'Cause
Yes,
it's happened at
I-
least twice. That is
Oh, it's
I
so
don't
exhausting.
need to be gaslit about that. That's no.
God,
No, no.
one of the things that happened very early when I was starting is I had someone who very much idolized me, which was interesting because I was a very small streamer. But I appreciated it. It was good confidence, a good confidence boost of people being like that thing from Valentine's. Fuck you, Wusky. Wusky said something awful for Valentine's, but I laughed and then I couldn't fucking. I deleted the message, but still. But shit, what was I saying? Fuck. Like when the people are just like, fuck, it's so exhausting. It's so exhausting, and I hate it. I genuinely, if someone is gonna immediately assume that the reason I didn't reply isn't because I forgot, I'm just not worth it. And it. Oh right, yeah. One of the first experiences I had was someone was very like idolized me, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, and I didn't think I was in the on at the point where people would do that without it just being like friendly, like, oh yeah, you're cool, you know. Like if I was like, holy shit, I love your content, mod, that's pretty normal, I would say, like as a friend.
You're lying.
Yeah, but like, I can. No, I'm not.
But it
I do
sounds good
enjoy.
on stream.
It
so,
sounds
yeah.
good on stream, so it makes me look good.
Mhm.
That's how people follow and subscribe and pay me all their money. And shit, I was trying to add something else onto that, but I think that's all people can do. And throne, I've got to make a throne now. But this person was like very like, hi, how's your day doing? I was like, and I'd be like, oh, I'm doing okay. How are you? And it'd be like, okay, like O and K. I'm like, oh, that's not much to work with. I'm just gonna leave it at that then. I don't think they want to be talked to. And then I would like, because at the time I had something called Vencord, and I had like 1,000 things on it, and one of them was that you could see delete messages. And I didn't know. I don't know the grasp of the community system in Discord, so for safety and stuff, I did have that. I don't have it anymore. But it is what it is. But what I'd see is that this person's deleted messages would be like, there'd be like 5 or 10 of like, just like, hey, really rude of you to leave me on red, or wow, so you really don't want to talk to me, and shit like that. And I was like, okay, thank fuck I didn't see these, otherwise I would have been really sad about that. This person is just like deleting these messages that are just nasty because I didn't reply to okay. Because I'm not gonna reply to that. Respectfully, I'm a streamer. My entire job is to carry conversations. I don't want my outside life to be also carrying conversations. Bedtime? It's 20 to 8. Are you a grandfather? No, wait. I'm a fool. It's dinner. Yeah. Yeah. It's sounds like a lot of insecurities. No, I'm just stupid. Do you want this fish? Do you want to eat this fish? And I just conversations absolutely, absolutely. And like top 10 reasons I chose not to stream today. Oh, that's a shame. But it's nice to have you around. I'm glad you get to at least enjoy your time with the best streamers in the world. Sorry, my nails don't let. Do you have nails? Oh my god, you have nails? Oh my god, you don't pull your nails off one by one with a ply, with like a plywood nail that's like stuck in like the floor, and then you pull them off one by one. No. Weirdo.
No.
No.
Not usually.
Oh.
I can buy food for myself now.
Sounds like a date. But I just don't tolerate that. There are some people where like I will try and carry a conversation because maybe they're just busy, and I will leave it open so they can talk to me. But if they never talk to me again, you know, maybe I'll wait a week or so and be like, oh, hi, how you doing? Anyways, later, bitches. Wow, I'm not a bitch, actually. I'm the goat. No, just me then. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool.
People
cool,
can
cool,
be
cool,
two
cool. No doubt, no doubt.
things. Ugh.
Hi, Bunny.
Yeah.
Rah. Like,
Yeah.
sometimes people are just tired, you know? And, like, they're doing their best to
Definitely.
respond. And I definitely relate. I've had times where I've not, like, replied and completely forgotten for, like, maybe a week at a time. There are some people I've never spoken to again, purely because I forgot to reply to them. And, you know, at that point, if they're not going to put in the effort, it is what it is, you know? I'm not going to
Definitely.
extend my hand if they don't want to speak to me. I think that's a bit, you know, I'm not going to, I've already put myself out there. I've done enough. And I'm not going to spend my days carrying conversations. Or, well, I say that negatively. It's enjoyable as a stream thing. But outside of that, not really for me.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, it's nice to have topic starters and see people react to what you say in a positive light. But hi bunny, hi bunny, hi bunny. But when it's outside of what you do and you are just there's no eyes on anything and it's just two people talking, and one of them is the most boring fucking person in the world. What do you do? Oh god.
It's I give people a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here because as streamers, we are like very uniquely placed to almost always be better at carrying conversations than the average person.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I get there's definitely I don't know that I have a set number, but there's definitely a number of one-word answers before I go, I don't want to talk to this person about anything other than like, hey, do you want to play this game sometime? Just
God.
very like to the point. If you want to give me yes or no answers, I'm gonna ask you questions that are only yes or no questions.
And you know,
Like,
it makes it easier, but I think the worst thing is when like someone new will join your community and you get a friend request and like you don't want to be rude. This person just joined. And then you get like, "Hi, how are you?" And like
I don't even accept those. I'll be honest. I don't.
maybe I'm too nice, but I'll get like, "Hi, how are you?" I'm like, "I'm good, I'm great." You know, as you know, I just finished stream and everything. It's like, "How are you?" And it's like, "I'm good." I'm like, "Oh, good." It's like, "What games to play?" Oh, I play a lot of games. You know, I've got most of them on my thing, and it's like, I immediately assume when they're like active community members, it's a little different. But I do agree. But oh god, it's so awkward because you want to be nice, but it's so awkward. Oh, Lobster.
I I I do. I enjoy being nice to my community, but that's like that's one of my boundaries. I'm always open to DMs if somebody has like an issue with the community or whatever else. I don't block people from DMing me, but
Yeah.
I don't go out of my way to chat with people in DMs unless I'm like actively really interested in them and want to stay friends. I put
I
things out in my community. I talk to people in my community. It's a fun place.
I think some of
And
my favorite DMs to ever receive are like, "Hey, I don't want to be a bother, but like, would you want to stream something together sometime?" And it's like someone
yeah,
who's like also a streamer, and it seems genuine, and it's just for the fun. I really like that. Yeah, I assume people ask how are you, just being nice and don't actually care, so I'll give one word answer. I guess that depends on the there's a really long head pat. Thank you. I made it myself. um that's fair, Mizu. It does more depend on the context, on like whether these people are like, because I completely get it. If someone randomly messages you, "Hey, how are you?" I like, you know, whatever, you know? It doesn't mean much. I don't ask how people are doing if I don't. Yeah,
mhm.
yeah. That see, that's also, as much as that might seem like, hey, I don't really care how you feel because I don't know you well enough. That's completely fucking valid. Like, yeah, you're completely in your right to do that. If you don't want to speak to someone, don't. That's as easy it is. A lot of people forget that, and I find it really enjoyable when you have a friend in need and you can literally just go, don't talk to them. Like, it's a really nice solution sometimes, just to say, like, yeah, I don't enjoy talking to this person. Then don't. It's one of those
Mhm.
super easy solutions.
It is, but there's a lot of people that struggle with that specifically.
I know. I know. In particular, I've been pretty bad for it in the past. But as I've actually started gaining, because I worry that like as a streamer, and I think this is a very big worry for every streamer, is that one person could just say shit and people will believe it. And I know
Mm.
that can delve into a lot of things. Uh, but like, I would hate to just go into someone else's community and see someone else there who I didn't really have a nice interaction with, or like, again, had like the, hey, how are you? I'm okay kind of interactions with. And then someone's like, oh yeah, I've heard you're not like very nice. And it's like, oh, that sucks. Like,
I yeah. I don't
um,
know. I'm very upfront about who I am, and outside of the couple friends that have had, we'll say, their own issues that
yeah.
again, I don't want to give names. One of the weirdest and potentially worst falling outs I've ever had came from a couple streamer friends that wanted me to help coach them in Overwatch. And long story short, one of the guys who was the bigger streamer of the group didn't have a good night. Uh, Made a specific channel in his Discord with a bunch of clips of like, this is what I think the problem is, and everybody else is the problem but me. And I like
Yeah.
super calmly went, hey, none of this is true. You don't really know what you're talking about. Again, in the kindest way possible, because I
Like,
had been
hey,
friends with this guy
this
and played a
is-
bunch of
yeah.
games. But he was also like, again, smearing everybody else on the team, and I'm like, you okay, calm down just a bit. Here's all of the things wrong with what you said in the kindest way possible. Chill, sleep on it for a night. We'll see what happens if you want to keep going with this. It didn't go well. He got super disrespectful. At the end of the night, he deleted the entire channel, like Discord channel, so that nobody could see what the messages were like.
Oof.
Most of the team, Overwatch then was 6v6.
Yeah.
4 out of the other 5 members on the team saw all those messages as they were happening. Most of them were members of his community that ended up reaching out to me and going, hey, he's not usually like this. I think he just had a bad night. Thanks for not just like slamming him and also speaking up for the team. The one friend that didn't see the conversation go down was the friend that I knew and had known for like 4 years, maybe only like 2 or 3 at that point.
Yeah.
And had recently met this streamer in person because they lived in the same state.
I feel that, Lena.
And then obviously, again, both didn't hear all of this, got the entire story secondhand from said angry streamer, and proceeded to kind of cut ties with me. And it really did hurt, but like within a week, I was like, you know what?
It is what it is.
If that's really what it's gonna be,
God.
we'll take it. It's good to get this out of the way now and not several years down the road.
I think one of the and I don't talk about this a lot because it actually does affect me. It sounds stupid. But when I was like a lot smaller, I met a pretty big streamer. And they had watched my content for about like 10 hours. So I was, you know, and everyone knows me, I'm really cocky, I'm really sassy. It's just how I am. And I think they assumed I was a different person when off stream. So when we were like actually talking in DMs, I was like jokingly demeaning and stuff. Man, there's no good way. Like I was completely being an asshole because I thought they would there's no good way. I'm not saying that like my assumptions were correct or I was right for feeling that they would assume this way. Because you know you don't control people and people react differently. But I was like, oh god, I need to be shot. I was like, oh, we gotta get that fixed up for you. We gotta fix this for you. Or like, you know, it's a bit of a struggle. I was probably even worse than like what I'm saying now with how demeaning. And they were like, yeah, you've been really demeaning to me, and I don't really like that. So like, I just don't really want to be friends. And I was like, oh, sorry, I genuinely didn't mean it like that. Like, and it was like, how did you not mean it like that? And I meant it more jokingly. And it's like, well, you still were demeaning. And I was like, oh no, I completely was. And that's still been one of my yes, actually, Bold, I did. I got the true ending. But that's still been one of my... The biggest things is because I think that was one of the first times I've not been able to explain or apologize my way out of something. I say that like I'm doing that in like a... oh, yes, I can explain and apologize my way out. Like, I genuinely... Like, a genuine apology and a genuine explanation of why I did things. And I think that was a real gut punch to not have the chance to do that. To not explain to someone that, like, oh, that was a joke. You know, it's like when a character dies in a thing before they got to say their true feelings. And it's one of those things that have really stuck with me and really affected how I behave around people. Yes, I did, Bod. And it really stuck with me. I've really changed the... Like, I'm still myself, but I've changed the way that I immediately react to people. And I've noticed that, like, some people also haven't had that wake-up call, or at least are getting that wake-up call. I mean, as you can see, I think, I don't believe I ever showed you, but the topic we discussed last time, which I'm not going to get into, and no one, you know, I will VOD it for you, Bold. I think that was also like a wake-up call situation from the, you know, the topic we discussed last time we talked, and that person, like, I feel like that was their wake-up call to, like, oh, you can't just act like this. Obviously, that's a bit more on the a worse end of things, other than, oh, this guy was slightly an asshole to me. But, like, I think that wake-up call was something that really made me, like, think about the way I acted and the way I represented myself. And that's where I started, like, changing myself, because it's fun to be an asshole online. Even if it's not meaningful, and people know that it's a joke, and, like, people know that it comes from a place of, like, respect and love. Because, I mean, I'm British, right? So, our, like, oh, morning, dickhead, is, like, our kind of greeting, right? So, like, when it comes to that, it's one of those things where just, it's, how do I explain? Like, it was a really big wake-up call for me to just be like, hey, I've got to stop representing myself as an asshole off the bat, you know?
It's... Yeah, it's one of those things where, to an extent, I 100% agree with you. But I am also very much the same person offline as online, barring some obviously more personal side of things.
Yeah.
But it's... The main thing is, if I don't know you that well, you will probably see me being overly polite about things. And the second I have, like, think I've figured out the vibe enough, I am incredibly sarcastic, incredibly sassy, and unapologetically so, in that it never comes across as mean because I save it for when I know the person a bit better, and I'm so clearly sarcastic about it because I'm very genuine in other things. Like, I can't even think of a time that I was, like, genuinely mean to somebody, especially on stream or in the community. So it always kind of comes off like that, and the people that are too new, I try to not do that in, like, one-on-ones or anything like that, specifically because they might not know and they might not be okay with that. But at the same time, if people aren't okay with me being sassy and sarcastic, I don't want to change all of that up specifically for them, because it's who I am.
I agree. Like, I do agree. Obviously, to an extent, like, this is me going over the line with that.
Yes.
And, you know, again, it's still one of those things where it does affect me. I think about it and I cringe, like, so much. I go on my walks and I go, damn, remember the time you did that? And that's something that sticks with me. Because it's always something I just want to go up to that person and say, I'm sorry. And like...
Honestly,
I don't know,
that's just human. That's part of human nature, man.
I know. Also, Dr. Sleep is, why Twitch bought Dr. Sleep was a link. Don't worry about it. Links don't get marked up in my chat, because we've usually got mods. But, who's Dr. Sleep? Well, this is Modiply. who should be linked in. I'm so sorry if I've not got you in the stream info, but you should be. Yes, mod is linked in the Twitch title if you want to check them out, and I would really, really appreciate it if you did, because they have genuinely been a guest. We've been planning this for a very, very long time, and they're very fucking cool. Please check them out. They're currently playing Hollow Knight Silksong.
Well,
Did
you
you
might not
finish
see it for much longer. I did hit the 100% mark. All I have to go do is go beat the final boss again, and then I'll be on to the next thing because I think I'm gonna save speedrunning and the Steel Soul stuff for myself. Because I
Very
didn't really,
fair.
yeah, I absolutely adored the game, but because I've played through the entirety of it 100% on stream, I'm gonna take the rest of it for myself.
I did 100% Hollow Knight, by the way, which I'm very happy about. I'm not gonna do the 112% bullshit. Fuck that.
Did you at least go beat Nightmare King Grim or the Grim Troop stuff?
I am gonna do that offline. A lot of people were like,
Okay,
"Oh, go do that." I did do
that's-
Grim. I did beat Grim.
Okay. I can accept that, but the Nightmare King Grim fight is like both one of the coolest and has just the best soundtrack.
I've heard it's extremely cool. 112, yeah. So they added DLCs to the game, and I think I'm not entirely. I think 112 is when you beat like the Pantheons and stuff, right?
I don't know if you actually have to beat all Pantheons for 112. I don't remember. I don't think you do.
But basically, they added DLC. Just go finish the Pantheons. Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay then.
But
yeah, I have 112. I've got all the achievements, which did include all the Pantheons.
yeah, I was very fucking exhausted from the.
Oh, I don't recommend the Pantheons. Honestly, I did it because I really, really love the game. I don't think people need to beat the Pantheons to know what Hollow Knight's about.
I was very exhausted because I played about 4 hours of just farming money, and that included doing the Trial of Fools, which has frustrated me like nothing ever in my life. Trial of Fools, well, obviously the third trial, the other two are nothing, but that one air section where you've got to be pogoing consistently or on the wall broke me. I was completely calm all of the time I played Hollow Knight, except from that. So it puts you through a boss, right? And then the air section, so even if you fuck up on the boss, you can't heal because you're now in an air section. And then you have to pogo yourself while fighting every single air unit available to the US military. And then you have to fight a boss immediately after that. And it really broke me because it's so frustratingly close to the end, but it's so disgustingly difficult. And then the boss is pretty easy, but when I was that frustrated and that nervous about needing to restart it again, I really fumbled it. I think it took me 3 attempts, and I did beat it. I cheesed the boss like fuck, but I did beat it. But it's still one of the most frustrating experiences I've ever had in Hollow Knight, and I wouldn't recommend anyone beating Trial of Fools to make money. At least Trials of Fools free.
Was it your chat that told you to do it for money?
Yep. Bold.
Because there is such an easier way. There's like one area of Green Path where you just go straight from a bench to killing like 3 guys that died of one vengeful spirit with the greed trinket, the unbreakable greed.
I did end up getting that. Well, that's why I was farming money.
Yeah, that's oh my goodness. Doing Trial of Fools for money specifically
took a real while.
That's rough stuff.
And then I did the Hive. I didn't enjoy the Hive, if I'm honest.
Oh, really?
It was cool. It looked cool. The enemies were kind of cool. Like the big ones being able to break the walls. That's a really fucking cool mechanic. But I know, but rage baiting is fun. I can't blame you. You know what? I've got to respect it.
Well, don't worry. I haven't forgotten about sending Himbo
a key to. Oh god, I rage quit Bennett Foddy really bad as well. I don't rage a lot on stream.
Okay.
I can usually keep myself really calm in the mentality of, you know, it is what it is. But sometimes I just fucking punch my keyboard.
Okay, well, maybe we'll see. If you don't end up using the key at all, do not worry about it. I don't want to have a hole in your wall named after me. I'm not a
very frustrated person or an angry person when it comes to games. like when I was playing Jump King, I love Jump King, by the way. I love Jump King. As much as it's meant to be a frustrating game, every time I almost get mad, I just look at that stupid fucking knight face planting in the ground and I forget about it. And it makes me so happy. It gives me so much joy to see that man hurt after what he's done to me. And it kind of just goes away. But Trial of Fools 3 was extremely hard on me. Well, Trial of Fools, I guess, because I think that's what it's called. I think Lam just said. I've never been so frustrated that I've just like put my head down into my desk and waited for a few minutes. I played Resident Evil 1, right, and I had a 4-hour time loss, and I handled that better.
Wow.
And like I was on fucking hardcore mode on that bullshit. And
Oh, my turn.
well, GG.
There it is.
Oh god.
So if you 100%ed, that means you did White Palace. Did your chat make you do Path of Pain?
I didn't do. I did do that section on stream. But I said I got told what the reward for Path of Pain was. So I think I'm gonna leave that until I'm on my own and just able to like live, laugh, love with the hive blood.
Gotcha.
Because I don't really mind. Parkour is a lot less. There wasn't a section of parkour where I lost like 2,000 gold very early into the game. Like that shit pissed me off. But I think that's the only other point. Actually no. Oh god, there was 2 parkour points that broke me. But like the fact that there's no consequences to losing the Path of Pain makes it a lot better for me. Because it's just, oh, I died. Let's try this again. It's not the consequences that upset me. It's the path back towards the consequences, which is why Trial of Fools pissed me off so much. I got so good at Trial of Fool that I would basically no-hit every section up until the end part, including the fucking boss. And then I would fight the God Tamer, Beast Tamer? One of those bitches. And
Beast Tamer, I think, is the fight in the Colosseum, and then I think God Tamer is the Pantheon version?
Yeah, I think so. One bug in his intense obsession. Yeah. It's just all... I know it's Trial of the Fool, but fucking hell is it punishing for zero reason. Like, it's just nasty. And I can't respect that as a game feature, sadly. If it's just blatantly nasty and very unrewarding, I don't like it.
Oh no.
Like, fighting a boss into a pogoing phase where you have to keep full concentration, where you can't heal, into a boss is disgusting. And fuck you, Team Cherry. Fuck you.
Oh man. Are you planning to play Silk Song?
I very much am. I feel like...
You're gonna say fuck you, Team Cherry, a lot. It's a wonderful game. I really do hope you play it and 100% it. But oh yeah, I am the biggest Hollow Knight fan, and I still was like, this entire area needs to be scrapped from the game. Please,
more than
for
the
love of
other
God,
areas
I
that were
hope
already
I-
scrapped.
Yeah, very much so. And anybody in chat that has played Silk Song probably already has a good idea.
Is it
of
the
area
Rose
that I'm
area?
talking about. No.
No. Not the... It's like Hunter's something, and it's got
Hunter's March. I ended up getting into Hunter's March. I played the game very out of order because I've played so much Hollow Knight. I was enemy pogoing and skipping zones, and I played it very differently from a lot of my friends. I ended up beating the guy that guards Hunter's March before I even had the like dodge/dash, which you're supposed to have for that fight because otherwise it's stupidly hard. And I just said, no, screw that. I'm doing it anyways, and took like 30 minutes of just face tanking this poor dude.
I did have a moment... So, I don't know what it's called. It's like the Maw thing, the giant Maw. I did not realize you meant to do that with the dash and the Mantis Claw. So I did that just pogoing up the fucking spikes that you're meant to, like, jump past. And Brooding Morlock, I ended up fighting that super early, and Wooski was like, why are you here? I'm like, I'm just traveling. And Wooski's like, no, why are you here? You shouldn't be here. And then I've it took me about 3 attempts. I think I killed it on the 3rd attempt.
Yeah.
That's where I learned that you could parry as well, because I parried it and did a shit ton of damage, and I think that was really fucking cool. And I'd just be like, okay, as long as I don't take damage from everything else, I should be okay. Because like obviously there's the RNG attack where he just kind of and you've got to, and if you don't get good RNG, you just take damage, and that's that. And but I ended up really enjoying like challenging myself on that, even though I wasn't meant to. I enjoy stuff like that where like Firm But Fair is like the like for example Radiance. I think Radiance would have been a much better fight in my mind if I didn't have to fight the Hollow Knight every time. That just feels unnecessary. Legitimately,
You're definitely gonna say "fuck you, Team Cherry" when you play Silksong. Then there are
I
so
imagine
many
so.
of those where I was just like, okay, the run back's not that bad, but the amount of like unskippable cutscene and just waiting for next phase on some
God,
of the
it's
difficult bosses.
yeah. They're like even with Grim only took me 4 attempts, so it's a very small nitpick for an incredibly cool fight. But waiting for that fucker to bow before I can release me, release
You
me.
don't technically have to.
I think you'll find that my skills require me to have to bow. Well, not have to, but I did bow each time.
Mm-hmm. It's really really fun. Obviously that fight I'm very used to doing without anything because
Yeah.
I enjoyed Hollow Knight to the point that I would revisit it with randomizers quite often. After I had fully 100%ed everything. And randomizers are really cool because you have to learn some small skips to just like, okay, what checks can I do before reaching this area, and can I get to this area ahead of time? You'll be underpowered, you'll have to deal with some nonsense, but it's really cool to find those paths that you technically could have found if you didn't before.
Yeah.
Rooting Malek's a wonderful check. He drops an item. It could be anything, so it's one of those ones that I instantly like beeline for that area.
I what's it called? I really think one of the things I enjoyed was the moments where people were hyping me up, where I would go silent and I would just have the boss. Like I would just win. I had that moment with Grim on my 4th attempt where I just went quiet and I beat Grim. And like respectfully, Grim's kind of an easy fight. I've not tried Nightmare, so I won't say anything about that. But Grim is an easy fight. It's just very flashy, and I think that's the difficulty of it is noticing the patterns that you've seen before with every other thing in the game. Grim is basically those fucking knights, right? You know, with the fencing ones, with the large guys with the fencing swords. He's basically one of those, but like with projectiles. And but he's just very flashy. It's a very very nice looking fight. Amazing theme, amazing features. He's extremely telegraphed, but it's again fair but firm. You know, if you get hit, it fucking punishes you. And
if you're planning to do Nightmare King Grim, I would recommend doing it while the normal Grim fight is in your mind, because he starts to telegraph a lot less and attack a lot faster. But it's the same basic concept for the fight.
Yeah.
It's just that they crank it up to 11.
Same with the dream kind of things, yeah, where it's just faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god, the fight I hated, and I know why I hated the fight now. Hi Silk. Is the kin, the dream kin.
Oh, yep.
Yep. People did people did tell me this, especially Bold. They told me that I should be using the shadow dash thing, so I can go through the enemies. If I could go back in fucking time and do that, I would have. It would save me a lot of frustration because I couldn't dash through those fucking ghosts. Those are the only issue with that fight. I think the fight's pretty cool, but it also meant that I had to really learn iframe timings, which I'm thankful for going into every other fight in the game. It's something I especially used on Hollow Knight because getting to Radiance was a pain in the ass. What I ended up doing was going a Shaman build just to kill Hollow Knight with Wraith and Desolate Dive as fast as possible, and that felt really good.
Mhm.
It felt really good to not have consequences to how risky I was playing. Obviously, it mattered a bit more when I was actually on Radiance. Oh god, I almost died on the climbing section. I healed and then ran up the stairs and got hit just as I almost got up there. It was fucking terrifying. But I like Radiance. Again, it's ruined by its run back, but I say ruined. It's not a bad fight. It's pretty
You end
easy.
up getting really good at the Hollow Knight fight.
And like
Just
going from like my second attempt of Hollow Knight being like, yeah, I beat him, and then it's, oh, I've got to do this now, and
yep.
and then you kind of get into this. Oh, the ghost blends in with the yes, it does. The ghosts blend in so fucking well to the background. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah. Oh my god. And when they're trying to spawn on you as well, which is how I got hit most of the time, when they're spawning with the kin. Oh god. But I really appreciate Radiance as a fight. Is it Radiance or Radiant?
I think it's Radiance.
I really appreciate Radiance as a fight because fundamentally it is everything that you've learned. And I think that's beautiful. Like, you've got the giant laser beams for the dashes, you've got the spears on the floor for pogoing, you've got the basic parkour sections with the spears on the side, you've got the dodging projectiles and the telegraph lasers. It's fucking cool. And it is really nice to have this boss that is a culmination of everything you've learned. Because I was very underwhelmed by Hollow Knight, if I'm honest. If I'm honest, I was also underwhelmed by Radiance. After what I fought in that game, right? I beat failed champion, right? I beat failed fucking champion, and you're gonna throw the small little itty bitty Hollow Knight at me? Like, I know I made the game a challenge itself by fighting things that were way out of my skill level. So when I beat them, I was way higher skill level. Because I imagine that you beat everything and then you go back, right? At least with some of the dream ones, where like it's like a bonus thing, and it's like kind of bonus content. But beating those bosses with only a dash was pretty satisfying, and
yeah,
I can safely say it made me much better.
If you ever get the urge to do any sort of run back with mods, because obviously not anytime soon, one of the most fun challenge runs I ever did is there is a mod that makes it so the only way you can attack is with Sharp Shadow. So the entire game is you only using your dash as also a form of damage, but they give you the ability to dash diagonally too.
The thing is that was so the way I beat the Trial of Fools was Sharp Shadow, and then Sharp Shadow became my go-to. I love Sharp Shadow. I adore that. You know, with Dash Master, so it does the extra damage. What a beautiful fucking combination. I love that. I genuinely fucking love Sharp Shadow. It went from one of those things where I was like, that's not really useful. And then I just started using it. And then I didn't stop using it. And then I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop myself. I was running into the Hollow Knight, dashing. I used it on Grim as well. I prioritized it for Grim. Because being able to just add that extra tick damage is so satisfying, even if it's not that great. Which, debatably, I think it is. But even if it wasn't that great, just being able to damage things and get a further boost. Like, I always block things with my face. It's how I played Terraria. It's how I played most games with a dash that helps you go through enemies. So, just here to fish, don't mind. Not a single mind at all. Don't worry, happy. So, being able to literally block with my face and do damage is so nice. It really reminds me of when I did Infernum, Terraria. Which, not the best reminder. Fuck Infernum mode. Whoever made that mod really needs to work on the later bosses in that game and think about, like, the actual scale of difficulty to unfairness on RNG. But when I was really challenging myself with that, and that was one of the points where I almost, like, stopped playing Terraria. Thank you for the drink. Dink my order. It kind of just really reminded me of that, and in a nice way, of like, oh shit, I've played these games before. I've
Mm-hmm.
this like a lot of people will say this is cursed. On every single game with a dodge, I use my mouse button, my forward mouse button, as the dodge. This includes Elden Ring.
Yeah, no, you're insane. That is the no, yeah, that's the hottest take I have ever heard for control schemes.
And yet,
I guess if it works, it works. But wow.
for me, I'm never using my thumb anyway. So if I give my thumb a use, it's gonna have like, because think about it, space, right? Say if you're playing Elden Ring, you've got like B and you've got like V, or Terraria as well, where you got B for buffs. I've got H for healing, also thumb, right? So you've got quite a few things to like use your left thumb on, but you never use your right thumb ever when playing games. So if you specifically train your right thumb to only dodge, you get insane fucking muscle memory for every game that you play. I promise you, if you designate your thumb as the dodge button, it makes games so much easier to digest when you have like an iframe dodge button. It's how I really like got good at Elden Ring, because this is about to attack me, quick, because I've got that muscle memory. Oh shit, this giant, the Devourer of Gods on Terraria is about to attack me, quick, dodge, and it's the same button. And at Hollow Knight, it was an extremely satisfying button to just press mouse 5, mouse forward, and just fucking
Champion.
God.
I didn't even use mouse for Hollow Knight. I remapped everything to be on my keyboard.
I respect that, especially after playing fighting games. Fighting games have a very unique fucking interaction with keyboards where you can tell they're made for controller.
Yep.
And God, I really need to start getting muscle memory to like actually do like break moves, so I don't get fucked the second I'm in a combo. It's my second. I'm putting a bit of pressure on myself to learn fighting games. I've been playing for 2 fucking days. I'm not gonna, and I've not played a fighting game since Tekken 8 on release. And Tekken 8 is not a fighting game that you can correlate to any other fighting game of the same style. Tekken 8 is ridiculous. I hope people know, and I say this in the most disrespectful way ever. Tekken 8 is the most convoluted, and Tekken series is the most convoluted and complicated way to play a fighting game. You've got 3D environments, you've got maps that change, you've got obviously maps that change, but you've also got like obstacles which can be activated by doing specific things. Like, say if you throw me into the floor enough, the floor is gonna fall and bounce you up and prepare you for a combo.
And continue a combo, yeah.
And continue a fucking combo. But like, it's also in a 3D environment in a game that is based in a 2D way. One thing I do appreciate about Tekken is the fact that you are always on the side that you choose. Well, that's exclusive to Tekken 8. I mean, that's so fucking cool. That's so much nicer to like learn combos on, because your combos will always be the same. You will never have to mix up what you do, because like if you're on the left or right side, you don't see that because of the way that the 3D environment works. I wish more fighting games did that. I think that's such like a nice addition to fighting games where you get to choose the side you're comfortable on. Obviously it kind of only works for Tekken. I'm sure it could work for Guilty Gear, but like, the maps would look a little weird because some would have environments behind it. You turn around and there's a fuck all there. But like Tekken being a 3D brawler with a 2D camera is so perplexing.
It's in some ways the camera stuff is nicer, because half of the deal with the 2D fighters, Guilty Gear and similar Street Fighter, all of those, is a lot of mix-ups revolve around certain moves being able to get on the opposite side of the opponent.
Yeah.
And with how screen flipping and things like that would have to work, I don't think it would ever work for those games.
No. Tekken is a very... I don't know how to explain Tekken. Yes, thank you so much, Lurk. I appreciate you. I don't know how to explain how Tekken works. It's definitely more of a... It's less pokey. It's definitely... Because a lot of Tekken... I say this as a new player, so if I'm wrong, and if anyone knows a lot more, please let me know. But it seems like it's poke into an opening. But in Tekken, it's, I'm gonna make that fucking opening. And it's terrifying, because Tekken has so many defensive options. And to equalize that, it has 5 times the amount of offensive options. Where, because like with Tekken, you've got jump, you've got crouch, and then you've got block or counter, and then you've got, oh yeah, I can just move forward or backwards. And it's weird, it's cool, it's so interesting. But it really adds so many layers to a fighting game that makes it really complicated. I
have some friends that are very into Tekken and have been trying to get me into Tekken more.
Don't.
And
Tekken 8 is a bonfire of a game. If they try and get you into Tekken 7, absolutely, that's fucking awesome. Tekken 7 is amazing.
I played a tiny bit of Tekken 7. I enjoyed my boy Kuma.
Oh, you're real
slap
as
people
fuck.
with a fish.
Tekken 8 is in a terrible state of play right now, where 99% of the fucking fan base has left it. They have been balancing so shittily that people have actually stopped playing. There was a character in the game with a guaranteed 50-50 that was unpunishable, which they changed. Which, thank God, because, 50-50s are disgusting as is. And then having it unpunishable so they can just rinse and repeat, also disgusting. But then they were like, yeah, let's nerf this character, and then buff everything else. So then that character just became an S++ tier, after being an S+ tier for, like, the whole cycle. And then they added Heihachi back, because, of course... You think a volcano was enough to stop me? Yes. Please. Please. Just get out the fucking game. You're like 140. Fuck off. Please, Heihachi. I don't need your 5-head in my game anymore. Last time, fighting game was Street Fighter 4.
More grandchildren.
God. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, we're gonna add this Nepo baby of a character in. That has all of Heihachi's moveset. Because... we can't add Heihachi, and then we're gonna add Heihachi in anyway. Oh my god, what a game. What a fucking game. Guilty Gear is definitely my favorite fighting game of all time, though. Already.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that are getting into 2XKO, and seemingly for good reason.
Seemingly, with all 4 characters, but no. I mean, it's cool. It's not for me. I don't know, I don't like,
Tag fighters in general are a very different beast.
Yeah, like, they're enjoyable. I definitely think I will try the game at some point. I just don't think the roster is for me at the moment, until they start adding characters I actually like. They seem very fucking afraid to add anything that isn't a humanoid. Which they did recently add Teemo. Yeah, but, like, there's like 180 champions or some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah. It's going to get way bigger.
And 10 of the roster are humanoid. I guess Blitzcrank you could argue is not, but like, So, and I understand there's a lot of humanoid characters, but it's so safe to add those characters in, While I am surprised Alawi was in it, which is cool, but then to add Jinx and Vi...
Okay, but yeah, had those because of Arcane. They've been the poster child for anything League related for a long time now.
Yeah, a couple years now. Oh my god. I'm surprised Caitlyn.
Vi at the very least makes a lot of sense.
Vi makes a lot of sense, absolutely. Vi I can 100% agree with, but at the same time, it rounds back to like, you guys went real safe with that, huh? Like, Victor, hi Skloon. Like, yeah, God, I don't know, for it to, because it's very, I will say stylistically, it's a little similar to Guilty Gear. which, you know,
Mm.
not difficult to do. Guilty Gear's, it's got its style, and League's always had that kind of style as well. So it's not like a big thing, but you've really got to fucking differentiate. You've got to add. Give me Rek'Sai. Like,
Oh yeah, no, I 100% believe they will add a lot of the
Gi-
non-human characters.
give me Ivan, and you can only play it as a tag team with fucking Daisy as like a special ability. Isn't that fucking cool? But no, they're just like, oh yeah, let's add Ari. Let's add Yasuo.
Uh-huh.
Echo is a cool addition. I do think Echo, but again, I think if Arcane didn't come out, Echo wouldn't have been added, which fucking sucks. Give me Cogmore. See, like, there's so many opportunities, and then they went with Teemo. I'm happy they did do it, right? I'm gonna be honest. I'm very very happy that Teemo's in the game, but holy shit, really? It took you like 10 characters to land on Teemo, like.
Mhm. At least they're staying true to form and making him a character that everyone will instantly hate.
At least I know they know how to keep it consistent, which is, you know, again, I do want to have more insane picks. I want the insane bullshit of holy shit, did that guy just pick fucking Melio? And it's like a small little child that just heals you every time he hits you and you can never win. You know, I think that'd be funny as fuck. But they wouldn't do it because, you know, joke characters are a myth now. God, I want joke characters so bad. I miss when fighting games like the old classic bullshit ones would just add um like really shitty characters. Who is that one character whose entire thing would be dropping his gun as a taunt, and all it would do is nerf him? Was
I
it King of Fighters? Oh shit.
I vaguely know what you're talking about, but I
Mm.
have no actual memory
Or
to add more context.
oh god, even the JoJo fighting game where it literally just added it's a Neko arc. You should jump in the ocean. How about that one? God, in fucking the JoJo games, the JoJo fighting games, you could be the guy who can shapeshift his face, and that's all he did, and it was amazing. I I do respect Riot for again. There's a lot of arguments and discontent because you know the shitty animations of Vi, and then they reworked Yasuo's thing, so his like special move was implied. Like seeing the fucking comment, this whole ult is implied, bro, has ruined the reputation of 2K. Is it 2KO? 2KXO? Yeah, 2KO.
KO or
2XKO.
there's a lot of names going around for it right now because it's so new.
I'm just gonna go with 2KO, just to clarify. But seeing this whole ult is implied, bro, has absolutely ruined the reputation. It's funny, but seeing Vi hit like a blue screen for like 30 seconds and then a basic animation was yes, Teemo isn't 2KO. Yes, he is. Which I'm happy about. I'm happy that they were a bit ballsy with it and went, yeah, what if we added this small little fuck? And but again, like I hope those are I do think they said that they were placeholders, but League does kind of have this bullshit thing where when Riot in general kind of I feel like have this bullshit thing where they will release something that they're not fully sure on, and then use it to like seem good from player feedback. I especially think they I don't know if you knew about the Jinx Gacha thing that happened, but basically 2 of the forms were the same except from one had a hood on, and this was a $200 skin.
Oh boy.
Which obviously a $200 gacha skin, right? So even worse. And then after people were like, "Hey, that's like you haven't really changed much here." They were like, "Okay, let's change it a bit more. Ha, we're so nice and good for changing this." And I feel like they do that quite a lot just to seem like they're actually doing things in a way, and Riot Games, you know, I don't think they're improving.
Yeah, it's I very much with a lot of weirdly it's getting a little bit rare to have a major developer that you can have a love-hate relationship with instead of just hate.
Yeah.
There's less and less of those out there. Riot's still one that I have like a lot of respect for how they treat their IP outside of the games, but it seems like the games themselves have been a clusterfuck for a very long time. but they do such good work outside of that, world building, the writing. Obviously, Arcane was incredible.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't wait for the next season.
I'm
Or
excited
sorry,
as
not the
well.
next season of Arcane. Isn't the next one going to be?
It is. I think it's going to be
different?
Arcane, but it's going to be Noxian based because it's still a
Yeah.
continuation on Arcane.
I don't know if they're going to change the name or.
Fuck
come up
every
with something
character in
totally
Arcane though. No one understands how difficult it was to play League after the first season of Arcane came out.
different.
You're telling me they buffed Caitlyn, Victor, Jinx, and Vi all at the same time? And Echo.
See, I was lucky enough to not be a League player, and that's. I mean, that's
You
just
have
kind
never
of a
played
nice
against
thing
a
in life.
buffed Caitlyn after Arcane Season 1. We were in the trenches, right? You would see a Caitlyn and she would click on you and you'd take 1,800 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then she would crit you, and then you'd be gone. It was awful. And then Vi was one of the most prominent junglers in the game. So much that she started being put in mid lane. And oh, it was miserable. These characters that were already pretty fucking good, like pretty like A tier, B tier, which is, solid, were just getting buffed. Oh my god. And I don't even talk about the fucking Victor rework. Oh. I'm glad they are like I feel bad for anyone who was a Victor main before the rework. While they kept his kit fundamentally the same, they changed the vibe of the character almost completely. And that's really rough for like such a bold rework. Because you'd think that they'd learn from what they did to Aatrox, where they butchered that character completely. And then we're just like, oh, okay, this is basically a new champion. And while Victor is kind of the same no, he's not even the same person. Like, it's like this guy, this kind of large guy who is buffing himself up with mechanics is now a twink. I'm okay with like twink buff. I think that's fucking awesome. But I do feel bad for some of the. He's still my machine boy. Max Tex feels it. Max Tex in that denial.
Mm-hmm.
I do hope you're happy though that they are giving old Victor back. What is this Victor slander? Skloon, unfortunately, Victor was a character before Arcane, and they completely character assassinated him. Where he didn't have the best of lore anyway. He was a very he was a very weird anti-hero, and at some points straight up villain, because it would be like for every child that he saves by like getting rid of their like evil lungs that were killing them by making them biomechanical, he would like kill 10 dogs, and it would be like, what? This is not a consistent character at all. He did need the lore change, but like,
yeah, he needed the Yowie ships.
He did. I do like the new Victor. Do I like it more? Probably, but I understand a lot of people, because a lot of the people that played Victor before were like, yeah, look at my edgy mage, look at my edgy character, and now they got like this boy twink who kisses men in space.
Yep. As a non-league player, that's all I need to know.
Yeah, fundamentally, he's the same character but better. Like, just let me for real. Like, all they did was slim him down, turn him into a twink, and his kit is basically the same. But like, actually, it's much better. His kit is the same but more damage, and more features. It's very fucking cool. But like, I do feel for the people that liked the original Victor, who just got their main assassinated. But they are actually giving people a skin for that, which is going to make him basically his classic, but with updated animations, which is really nice of them. I think the most recent tweet was, hey, we're delaying this because we need to make him thicker, so he's not a twink anymore. And I think that's a beautiful thing. They're also giving bears love.
Is B to open a tackle box? Why is it not opening? There we go. Yeah. Also, I realized like 10 minutes ago that I don't think I ever actually answered your original question about like starting into PNG tubing and VTubing.
Oh shit! Yeah, let's get back on we
went randomly into the entire history of the world, and landed on League of Legends.
That's what it's about.
That's exactly how the world works. All roads lead to
League of Legends.
but yeah, I was a flesh tuber for the vast majority of the start of me streaming, and mainly started PNG tubing in the last like year or two. My first, I never expected it. I thought VTubing was kind of cool, but I didn't really have any plans to swap.
Yeah.
And the first time I ever had a VTuber model, it was gifted to me by a community artist as like hey, by the way, I made a VTuber model for you. And on opening it, it wasn't me necessarily. It
But
was
it was close enough.
it was a Catgirl made version of me.
Oh,
It
that was not where I.
yep.
That was not where I expected
No,
that
that's
to go at
not where
all.
I expected it to go either. But obviously, I have no issue with that. I'm very secure in who I am, and I was just like, you know what, fuck it, why not?
For the
And
Vine.
I think it became like it became a channel point redeem and like a donation redeem thing, but also part of the reveal was part of I think one of my birthday streams at one point, and it spawned like an entire alter ego of Maddie Ply. Not that I was putting on an alter ego, but she became like part of the
I
Modify
get. Oh
lore.
god, I have a similar story to that. Afterwards.
Yeah, but it's really cool. It got obviously a lot of fan art and stuff like that.
Yeah.
A friend of mine coded me a custom Twitch bot that is also on Discord, and we have like a custom trained AI that's based on a bunch of my Discord messages and some of my friends. And that became Maddie. She's currently the secretary of ModCorp, my whatever dystopian company. And it's just really cool to see something like that take shape right in front of you. Just not like a hey, I thought this up and I wrote this up, but it's just very organic. It just kind of happened. She's now a real part of the lore, so to speak. And it's again just comes entirely from the community doing their own shit and being their own people, which is always really cool to see.
I will get to my my addition onto this because I've had a kind of similar, not insanely like it connects to like the alter egos, but I'll get to that in a second. I just very quickly need the bathroom. If you would like to explain the entire lore of the universe, I think that'd be good. I think that you got enough time, and I'll be back
Okay.
in a very quick second.
Okay. I think it's yeah, to I guess brush up more on what I was talking about before. It's one of those things where you never expect to see gender bent versions of your characters, but you've also been on the internet long enough to know that it's going to happen eventually. It's surprising, but not so surprising that I was ever taken aback by it, and it was really fun. There were multiple Maddie models. Turns out Kurz wanted to draw more of me as a cat girl than actually me, so I still don't have my own VTuber model. I do believe Kurz is working on it, but it's one of those weird things where sure, I got introduced into the space in a very weird way and went, I really like this. I don't have to worry about anything like what I look like on any given day when I'm planning to stream.
All right, sorry for the
And
wait, and I'm back.
oh wow. I was just giving more context on the my VTubing experience and enjoying not having to look as nice for the camera all the time.
Oh god,
Which
it's a beauty.
it really is. It did become one of those like, especially when I first started PNG tubing, it was one of those I am still up in the air on which one I want to do more. And today I don't want to look at myself on webcam. So I'm just going to use the PNG tuber. And then it kind of transitioned more into that. I do miss being way more expressive. I want the full model because I want to be able to be expressive. And I am a very expressive person. Lots of hand
Yeah.
movements and face movements, and none of that comes through when I'm
I
just
feel like
bouncing
3D
up and
modeling,
down.
like using a 3D model would be great for you then, because that has insanely nice tracking. If you ever consider that.
I still prefer 2D, but I prefer like going whole hog into the 2D stuff and
Yeah.
really nice layering. And I'm probably going to end up purchasing a used iPhone to use as my camera because Android still apparently sucks at any sort of face detection stuff.
Yes, it fucking does.
Yeah.
I even having a webcam, like my own webcam, isn't enough, which is insane. Rupa hardly know. Like, I just don't get how it's designed for that. It's made for this. and why? But I just it's I don't know, it's what it doing what you do but like comfortably is very important to me, which is why I'm getting a 2.0 because I explained how I got my model earlier, but my model is based on my D&D character, which is a double-edged sword because I am not this character. This is not me. This is like a character I made. This is not me as a blue person. This is just a character that exists that happened to be made by me. And as much as I love it, it's not me. And I'm glad that I do get to have an upgrade that is going to be more accurate to what I look like because it was designed by someone who knows what I look like, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I just really hope I can like start to get these upgrades going around where I start to feel comfortable in what I do. Which of course, hey, little shill here, but if you guys do !dono, you guys can help support getting the rigging done for the model because the model is done. So if you guys would like to support that, please, I'm begging you. But again, it's about doing what makes you comfortable, and I think that's like always the most fun thing to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
there's
happen to be
there's
dying.
fun to be had. Yes, there's fun to be had in being out of your element, but it shouldn't be your everyday routine.
For example, like I could imagine doing an interview every day, like meeting people. I will say I do have some of these stacked. I have 2 people that have been waiting on me for a while. To actually like go, hey mod, let's do this. Which I'm glad I finally got out the way, because
now you can get to those cool people. I get
now
it.
I can get to the cool people and I can block you immediately after. No,
that was the plan all along.
Oh look, what the fuck? I deserve it.
There's another one.
I deserve the ban whale for saying that. No, I genuinely think you're a great person. I only invite people that I want to learn more about. Which is, there are people that I already know, where it's going to be more of an honest heart to heart on how we met and stuff. But not meeting someone, I think is how I want to do this. I want to meet, like, for example, I'm friends with Mel now, who was one of my first guests. And I'm friends with Lalu, who was one of my earlier guests as well. And I feel like that's... I've been able to have these connections because I've been able to sit down and talk one-on-one with someone that I usually wouldn't ever get the chance to. I don't think... Because I think it'd be insane if I said, hey, mod, call me on stream, like, randomly, right? And
to be honest, it would probably work, but yeah, very different.
Yeah, but that's me being, the most... important person alive ever.
Well, no, I get it does. I'm not gonna drop things to do that, but if I'm free and somebody says like, "Hey, I'm on stream right now. Could you hop in for a second?" I'm always like, "Yeah."
I mean,
sure.
that's pretty much how we started playing Pete together. Actually, I think that now that I think about it, I think that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I popped into your chat and was like, "Oh, hey, wow,
can I
how's
play?
the mountain today?" And I didn't even ask. You asked me.
Oh shit! I was like, "Oh shit, it's Mod." Yeah. Oh, hey Mod, do you own this? Or it was something, but It is a shame that, like, personally, I don't feel comfortable speaking about, like, how we met and the connections that we made that led to us meeting. But as much as I'm a very, very spiteful and bitter person, I'm still thankful that I got to have some good out of that situation where I've met someone where they are not insane and evil to me. And again, that all circles back to what we were talking about earlier with, like, sometimes, like, the bad parts of this are always worth it because the good parts stick around a lot longer. Because you can get rid of the bad parts immediately. If you don't like something, it's gone, But
it can definitely be messy, but
it's a lot easier to take than it is to give. But I also feel like when someone is giving their all to, like, at least be friends with you, I love that. It's so much easier to do. after a while. Like, but it's so much harder to maintain a disdain for someone because eventually it. I don't. There's two pipelines
it's
to
tiring.
it. You know?
It really is.
Either you just become like a toxic person all around when you get tired of being toxic to one person, because it's a lot easier to vent your frustrations randomly than it is specifically. Or you just kind of forget about it and you go, okay, that was a shitty thing someone did to me. At least it led to this, or or at least I had this from it. And I'm in a way I'm thankful to meet shitty people if it means I get to like have conversations with people that are just chill, and it's enjoyable. It's a nice time to just go, oh, this person I kind of know. Like I wouldn't say we really know each other. Do you even know my real name?
No, not at all.
So like that's like the extent of where we are. Where a lot of people in my channel know my real name, but of course time zones and other differences and our secret hatred for each other that we're really masking right now really get in the way, and like that just kind of puts it in perspective that like thanks to that we get to sit here and just know each other now.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy having the opportunity. I'm really if there's anything I'm really proud of that I've ever done, it's this. This is what I'm most proud of. If you were to ask me a year from now what was my biggest accomplishment on this channel, even if I reach 1 million followers the next day, or sorry, the day before, I will tell you that it was Fishnight Gospel. I am genuinely so proud of taking the step to do this, and I don't want to be too much, self-gratifying now. I don't want to take out 2 of my ribs to suck my own dick here, but as much as this might seem like a small thing of, oh, that thing where you played a cheap game and talked to someone for 2 to 3 hours, I do genuinely think that this has been this is the best experience I will ever have on Twitch, and it will continue to be that way, because nothing will ever top meeting people. Just, I don't know, that's one of my favorite things. The fact that you get to meet people and learn about people.
And it's a very different experience to your general collab stuff where there's too much game going on or too many people around. It is just a very different space to be discussing things in.
And God, it's so nice. These streams are great. Thank you, Red. I don't know. It's a weird it's again double-edged sword. We got a lot of double edges, but this being my best stream at any given moment will always be something I'm very proud of. It's also a little bit like, but I'm never gonna beat it. But so what? You know what I can do? Do it again next month. And I think that that's gonna be like my mentality going forward of, I'm glad that this is what I do. I'm glad that if this is what I'm known for, I'm proud of that fact, I would hate to be known as like the Terraria streamer or like the Hollow Knight streamer. I don't like gimmicks. But if this was my gimmick, if this was the thing that people said, oh, the guy who does Fishnight Gospel, I would be so fucking proud. Like, I genuinely want this to be, if I had a trophy room and I had the choice between 3 things, it would be every episode of Fishnight Gospel, Hatsune Miku, and anime titties. And I think that'd be like the only things that would fix me. Because
You said anime titties twice there. What the heck?
Fishnight Gospel is an anime titties?
Shit. Oh, man. I was lied to. Why did my agent book this?
I would love that situation. Imagine if someone's manager gets them to do this and they have no idea. What a fucking concept. So it's like, oh yeah, they just said I'd be playing like web fishing with you for a collab. No, this is an interview. An interview for what? Well, people just get to learn about you. Oh, okay. But these are one of the only streams that I'm comfortable just existing in. And at first I did want to make it only that I talk to the streamer. But then I kind of went against that. The first episode I was like, oh, I'm not going to be looking at chat that much, but I ended up doing it anyway. And it's one of those things where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because if I'm looking at chat anyway, I managed to get a lot more insight because, of course, again, if anyone has questions for Mod, please ask. Because I would genuinely love to be like
Yeah.
the, well, I wouldn't even need to. I'm pretty sure you've got chat up. Even if you didn't, I would still be like, oh hey Mod, this person has this, and I enjoy that kind of like curiosity in someone because I think it works both ways, right? First episode being Danny was so good. The best thing about that is that it was completely improvised on the spot. The person the original episode was going to be with didn't show up, and I had to be like, Danny, I'm so sorry if I'm bothering you. Can you be my first guest? Because I've had this planned for 2 weeks, and I really need this to work. And Danny being like such an interesting person as well. Not to like shit on you and say you're not interesting. You definitely are. I genuinely think the things you've told me have been so fun. But Danny is an ex Disney animator, and
Wow.
now does model rigging and model making. So like there was a lot of like starting VTubing. I didn't, and this was before I even had a model. Starting VTubing and having like the idea that this person is like someone who knows all the gateways. This person understands this field so much, so I can get a lot of information out of this. And they can like also gain a community through what I'm doing, and that was always like a big wake up call of just, oh shit, this is my chance to like learn about people. I know that was the intention, but like that was when it hit that, hey, this is a real possibility that I learn something and I get to understand people way more personal than I ever would have imagined, like just from watching their streams.
Yeah, it that extra context. Just everybody's walk is so very different, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's so very fun meeting and talking with people. It's one of my favorite things about like traveling places. I'm not a super extroverted person, but I'm really good at holding a conversation. It's a weird dynamic. I blame streaming entirely. I was super introverted before I started streaming,
I agree.
but it's one of those things where I'm not always the first one to start up a conversation, especially in a group of people I don't know. But the second it like comes around to my turn, oh yeah, I don't really shy away from talking about just about anything. Um, and you end up in a really fun space of people just okay, if he's okay sharing that, I feel more open to sharing other things. Obviously, everybody's got things they need to keep to themselves.
Oh, absolutely,
Everybody
yeah.
has things that are way too personal. But the amount of breakthrough you can have just by having somebody else share something first that's a little bit more out there is it's really cool to see what people will be like, wow, I guess I've never talked about this, at least not for like the
Exactly,
last
the
5 years, but
God, the amount of things that you just get to go like, what's a thing you've always wanted to talk about on stream that you never got the chance to? Which I will ask you. That's usually like the final part because it usually leads to like a more deeper thing. Oh, see you, Whiskey. Oh, Whiskey fucking died. Bye, Whiskey. Enjoy
no.
whatever food you're getting. But that's always so Ollie. It's okay. It's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna end my conversation to speak about EF5 tornadoes. Actually, do you have any interest in tornadoes? Because Ollie very much does.
I can't say. So here's the thing. I dabble constantly. So while I don't currently know much about them, I would always be happy to hear about them. That's not a problem to me. I love learning new things. It's like I tend to view general intelligence not as like you are already book smart. It's like the willingness to learn new things. If
I
you're
really like that. Yeah.
Yeah, the second you think you know everything, I don't think you're smart anymore. Get out of here. Somebody out there knows so many things better than you ever
And you
will.
give up there, you fucking pussy. You fucking
Yeah,
pussy. What are you, a nerd?
like
You fucking
you
loser.
don't need to constantly be reading books. But if somebody goes, "Oh, there's this thing I'm really passionate about," hear them out, man. Who
It's
knows? You
fucking
might learn
awesome.
something about yourself.
And like I actually feel that perfectly actually because I wasn't very interested in tornadoes, but I still listened to Ollie. I didn't understand it. God, I didn't fucking understand it. And then Ollie was like, "Right, there's a tornado game." I'm like, "Ollie, you're gonna have to carry me." And he's like, "Yeah, I'll carry you. I'll carry you. Just play it with me, please, please." I was like, "Okay." And now I find myself playing that game, and I'm like, oh shit, let's go here, so we can track this tornado. And
Mhm.
I've done it. I've learned something. I've learned how to fucking track tornadoes just because I went, okay, yeah, I'll take a chance. And like, I can't say I understand the whole appeal of tornadoes. I think they're fucking terrifying. I do think they're cool, but I don't understand the appeal like Ollie does or like Ollie gets. But I still learned, and I still like managed to do something I never would have done. And again, I can't say that I'm ever going to use that skill in my life. But if one day I go, huh, hey, that's a weird looking cloud, we should move. Ollie saved my life, you know, in a really roundabout way. And I think that's a even if it's a 1 in a million, I'm just happy to have that
Mhm.
skill, at least slightly. Even if it's not refined, it's still fucking cool. Like a very good like story is so I don't remember which tsunami it was. It was a very, very bad tsunami. But uh one of the girls on the beach uh had recently learned about tsunamis in their class from a field trip, and this was their holiday to Japan, I believe. Maybe Japan? Sorry if I'm wrong. Um but they noticed that the beach was really like receding,
Yep.
and they were like to their parents like, "Hey, that's a tsunami sign." And they were right. And luckily because of that girl learning that one random fact, genuinely hundreds of people survived because of that. And like I think that's an insane thing that like the smallest little fact can do that. So having the chance to learn hundreds of facts about someone or something just because they're passionate about it is an amazing chance to get, and I'm really lucky that I get that chance.
Yeah, again, you don't even have to hold on to all the information. One of the coolest things about learning that extra stuff about somebody else is you don't know that somewhere down the line you'll just be talking to someone else and they'll mention something that will create this little spark of, wait a second, I
I know
remember talking
this.
about this with someone
Yeah.
else. And
God.
just that by itself lets you reach such like weird interpersonal levels that shouldn't really make sense. Just having even the tiniest bit of, oh, I actually already know something about this thing that you are really passionate about, and it gives you an in to discuss it more. It's people's energy changes so much when the conversation is about something they enjoy talking
It's
about.
so cool, and like just how like just spending the time to listen to them as well is
Yeah.
enough. A lot of people don't get that. A lot of people feel like they have to contribute something
Hmm.
meaningful in a way. But I mean, if Ollie came up to me and was talking about tornadoes a couple months back before I played the game, I would have still listened. I wouldn't have understood it, but I would have gone like, uh huh, okay, can you show me it? Or and
Hmm.
I mean that's what he did. And like, but if it, I'm sure that Ollie wouldn't have appreciated if I was like, I don't understand tornadoes, stop talking to me about it. Like if it was like a long time thing and I was kind of like sick and tired of the topic, you know, understandable on my end. But you know, it was you know, well done. Um, it was one of those things where you just kind of go, okay, I'll listen. It doesn't hurt me to,
Hmm.
and that's
Yeah,
what
of
I,
course.
you little bitch. But I will lead on to that question. What is something you've always wanted to talk about on stream that you have never had the natural way to do?
I honestly, it's a little bit of a tough question because so much of the things that have made me who I am have been discussed on stream.
Hmm.
I do have stuff that I hold closer to the chest because it is generally more personal, but
That's absolutely fine as well. Like
nothing tends to be off limits when I'm actively streaming. Like
I can change the
it
question if it makes it a bit easier.
I might be able to come up with something, but if you have an alternate phrasing,
What
I'd be happy
is
to hear it.
what is something you enjoy being brought up on stream that you get to talk about?
Um,
Jinx.
ooh. Uh-oh.
If I
I don't
could
know if
give
that's
any
necessarily
examples,
easier for me, but yeah, sure.
my friend Necromata really enjoys talking about their pipeline where they accidentally went into etymology after trying to become a marine biologist, just because they forgot to. Well, just because their I guess university or college or whatever course place they were doing forgot that they weren't actually there for etymology and just put them in etymology, and by the time that they'd realized, they had already finished the course and knew everything about bugs. And that's one of my favorite stories that get brought up. So much that I actively ask for them to talk about it because I just really enjoy. I really enjoy those stories where it's just, huh, really? Yeah. Oh, get mugged. Get mugged, you little bitch.
At the same
Oh,
time as
get
mine
fucking
too.
mugged. You little
Get
bitch.
outta here
Go
with
fuck
that.
yourself, you pussy.
I was like, wow, a 5-star giant manta ray. Aren't I cool? Oh my, this bitch. What the hell?
Oh, I'm keeping that.
Yeah. So honestly, I think the thing that comes to mind the most for me is probably a little bit of my upbringing. Everything about me just growing up in the mountains, not having this base of I have such a weird base of like culture that I started with as a kid because it was like just specifically classic rock songs that my dad knew and no internet culture during an age where I should have very much been experiencing internet culture. Some of it for better and some of it for worse, obviously. I'm glad I was never part of any early chat rooms before the age
Thank
of
God.
yeah. But it's one of those things where I'm always happy to learn about something that by all rights I should probably know about, or some things that I shouldn't potentially know about because of my age that people are like, what how old even are you? And it's like, oh, it's just because I had access to nothing.
Dude
for the
missed out on
first,
kick.
yeah, decade and a half of my life.
I that kind of makes me think of something else where like I one of the weirdest things is that I know I spoke about my dad earlier.
Mhm.
I was never close to him in my years growing up. Um in fact, there was a 14-year gap. Well, I say 14, like not a direct 14, but like 14 years very on and off. Gap between that. But a lot of the stories that I've told really amounted from him, and I think it's a very interesting thing that, in a way, I can, because I was a very sporty child. I used to want to do gymnastics, but because he got me on those games, Plants vs Zombies and stuff, it just kind of ended up being like one of those things where it's kind of ridiculous how much someone can have an influence on you despite not being there in a way. Like it's kind of interesting that the 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 starting point can influence the finish line so much. You know, because if you trip at the finish line, that affects the way you end the race. You know. All right, Red. Good night. And like, uh, I always find it a really weird topic because, you know, I actually never really liked computers and stuff. The only reason I got into them was to kind of like impress him because he was gone so long, and it would have been one of those things where if he ever came back, he would have seen that, oh shit, he knows all the stuff I do. And like I always wonder like how different everything would have been, like how influential that kind of moment was to start, you know, to be like, oh shit, Plants vs Zombies, and here I am playing web fishing, doing interviews with other streamers. I I do really like I do really like the idea that like how small some things can start and to see the effects of them. But just
Yeah.
that reminded me, just like that little section there.
Of course. It's really cool. It's one of the things that is generally more personal for people, but can really tell you a lot about
Mhm.
how they got to where they are for the good parts and the bad. Um, but it's it's very much a part of who you are. everybody changes over time. God, when I first started content creating, I was nowhere near as comfortable with it as I am now.
Mm.
That one of the things that I have brought up in the past, it is something that I like. I don't obviously take pride in it, but it's something that is like a very good thing to let people know.
Yeah.
Is only very, very specific people are good at this off the start. And
Oh,
even those
absolutely.
people will get way, way better over time because everything starts to feel more natural, more genuine, whatever.
Mm.
But one of the first times I ever tried to make a recording of something, I remember listening to just like the first 5 minutes of it back. And I think I actually said the words like, don't hate me. And my brain just went, wait, what the fuck? I don't remember saying that. And two, that's not the headspace I should be in when creating. What the hell is going on? And it was like my like, okay, I probably need to work on myself a little bit more before I really put
That's
myself out there for things.
that's an extreme. Like, holy shit!
That's it. Oh,
I felt that
extreme,
shit.
extreme.
I
But
I
at the
felt
same
that
time,
shit.
yeah,
If
sure, I could cut it in post, but the whole energy was just
it
it was
was,
very much
and
a
it
I need to
carries
be doing
on.
this for
It very
me.
much looms into everything. Like,
Yeah.
you got to stay consistent, whether that's good or bad. Like, if you start a stream feeling shitty, that, like, there's different circumstances. If you start a stream feeling shitty and you feel better, that's good. But if you start a stream feeling shitty and you continue to feel shitty and you kind of emanate that into your audience, that's
Hmm.
you don't want to do that.
Oh, people can
And
tell. People can tell. You might
they
think you're hiding
absolutely
it
know.
perfectly.
No, you are. There's just, I don't know. Again, it's not there's no evidence. You just feel it, and like, and then it was so real. The amount of videos that I cut because the vibes were off. I I think that's a great thing though. I know it's like a, in a way it's like, please don't hate me. But what, like,
Mhm.
it again? What does that mean to you? Please don't hate me. Who are you talking to right now? You know.
I guess the world at large, and it was very much a wow. I shouldn't care this much about what people think, and that's like the biggest thing that let me
Mm.
open up more going through college and everything else. Is it's really easy to think about that time you fucked up, but if you think back and try to remember times, because there's been thousands of times that people around you have fucked up in big or small ways,
But you
and I
can't think of it.
guarantee you
You
probably can't think of even more than a
Holy
couple
shit! You
examples.
can't even, like, they'll obviously be the big thing that everyone has. You know, you'll always have something that someone's done that will loom over them. But you're exactly right. For example, Whimsy right now, I can't think of a single embarrassing thing or shameful thing Whimsy has done. And but I'm sure that in the time that Whimsy has talked to me, Whimsy has like 1,000 that he can think of right now. And I think vice versa as well. Like, because I'm the most perfect person ever, I've got no shame. So I'm sure
Mhm.
Whimsy can't think of a single thing I've ever done bad. And like, but I can 1,000 times over, and I think that's always a very weird perspective. I mean, it kind of like, you know, you could go the insane solipsism route where you're like, I'm the only real person, so it doesn't really matter. But you could also just go like, oh man, no one's thinking about that. Why am I doing that? You know? If no one else in the world is thinking about it and it's only harming you, fuck it. It ain't yours to keep.
Yeah, it's again, people are very different, and even if you hear us talking about this and understand it, it's not always easy to internalize.
Absolutely not. No.
It's yeah, it's I relationships with other people, not even talking romantic ones, just
Yeah.
general interpersonal
Like ours.
relationships. Yeah, yeah.
Like our deeply passionate
Oh,
romantic one, yeah.
I wasn't. I was gonna say. I guess I was feeling something different.
Oh! Whoa! The fuck! This is bullshit. We're ending.
Yes. Vindication.
I got broken up with, and then you get a bigger fucking golden ring.
Vindication.
Vindication.
But anyways, yeah, it's not easy to put work in on yourself, but it's very much something that will bleed into every other relationship you have. And whether or not you're happy with yourself, just it makes everything else so much easier that I can't stress enough. whatever you need to get you there. Some people, I believe therapy works for a lot of
Would
people.
you like to
It's
hear
a very
mine
good thing to
after
pursue.
this?
Sure. But it's putting in the work is not easy. Even if you have to tell yourself, I'm doing this for another person,
Mhm.
as long as it actually gets you to put in the work and better yourself, you should be happy with you at the end of the day.
Even if you're
It
not
shouldn't
waking up for
be.
yourself, wake up for someone.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
I so whenever I'm feeling shitty about myself and I'm like really doubting myself, this is what I do. I go on TikTok, I go to my folder, and I go to a TikTok called Special. And there is a specific Germa clip where he says, "Look, I'm just happy to hang out. If I make even one of you, if everyone's going through shit, we're all having shitty days, if I make even one of you, if I make that even slightly better for 1 second, that's all I need. You know, that makes me feel better. And when I'm doubting myself and I go, man, I don't think I'm entertaining people. I'm entertaining at least one person at any given moment, and I think that I need to try to solidify that in myself. I need to go, oh shit, I'm making someone. A lot of these numbers really fucking dwindle these values. I hate it. The Each one of those fucking numbers is a person, and it's disgusting to see people disqualify that. And I'm not gonna go like crazy and be like every one of those is a laugh. Their laugh is precious. Life is life, but numbers aren't life. So I don't think people should be demoralized to these numbers. And I think it's another topic is I don't like it when the bigger streamers go like, oh, chat said something when it's like a specific person. That's a personal gripe with me. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. I just feel like I don't feel appreciated in that situation. I feel like I have a lot of empathy towards not feeling appreciated. So when someone's like, haha, chat just said that funny thing. Imagine you're the person who said that and you get called chat instead of like, and I get that they're not gonna say your full fucking name, especially if it's a big stream. But even something like someone from chat, that's so much better, you know. This person from this space said that instead of this space said it.
Yeah.
Is always something.
You brought him up earlier. That's one of the things I will always admire Jerma for. He is a class act of like chat is individual people. They're insane and they're still chat to him. But so very often he will mention people's actual usernames or specifically say this person.
Hey, ball fondler just said that.
Not the baseball stream. No.
Hey, Jerma, can you show an entire baseball? Why did I read that?
Uh-huh. I love Jerma. He's a very, very funny guy. He's one of the few people that are like constantly content brained, but in like the most incredibly genuine
like
way.
Farming.
Where
it's
he's
just,
making
It's him. It's him. It's like the Truman Show, except from like somehow more psychotic.
And he knows he's doing it to himself, and he plays that up immensely,
beautifully. But it's not forced at the same time, and it's comfortable for everybody. And I love the self understanding of like, why am I getting scared of this? This is ridiculous, you know. And that's always something I've admired. I don't want to sound insane and be like, huh, literally me, but I got called British Germa by someone who was just getting into German. And I think that was one of the sparks where it was like, people find me entertaining. And finding that one clip, I will probably send it to you after stream. Just so you can see it, but it stuck with me so fucking well. I've got it saved on my phone. I've got it saved in a special folder on my phone just in case it gets deleted. And just Germa going like, if I made one of you, this is a man speaking to thousands of people, and he would be content with one person. I really want to get that headspace. I do get insecure. I think that's very. I think it's very obvious. It's a glass window right there, well, as opposed to any other type of window. But it's one of those things where I go, imagine having all of that and being content with that. You know, imagine having a feast at a table, and you take the grain of rice, and I think that's one of the things I wish I could learn to see outside of the perspective of, oh, there's a lot going on, but I could just focus on one thing, and I think that I think that that's something I would love to have, where I can see 1,000 different pictures and just go, I like this one, instead of I want all of these pictures. I'd be a shitty museum, but you know, I would I would love that mentality.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Life is wonderful, even if like specifically everybody goes through things. I have struggled with depression before. I don't want to end up in a dark place in any way on stream, but it's not something I shy away from talking about. It's one of the joys is realizing that life can be wonderful just as a whole. Like the entire world is going through crazy shit at all times, but there's all these little bubbles of people that are incredibly happy or meeting new people that just kind of complete this little corner of yourself that you didn't even really know you needed.
Mm.
And it's like community is such a big part of who we are as people, like from going back to cavemen times and tribalism and
Yeah,
everything else.
I
The
gosh,
reason there's so much scary nonsense shit out there, like the fear of the unknown is such a massive thing ingrained in all of us. And just having people that you care about and care about you is probably like the
I
biggest indicator that life goes on.
I think the in the best way possible, and I'm thankful for this. I would be fucking nothing without anyone else, and I'm happy for that fact. I Of course it's nice to be an independent person, but the fact that I have to I have a reason, because this is not for me. This is If this was all for me, if I was streaming to entertain myself, I would not watch. I would not do anything productive. I would not do anything that would support me in any way. I would self-sabotage 1,000 times out of 1,000 times. But the fact that I go, what if someone's sadder today? What if
Mhm.
me not streaming today makes someone's day slightly worse? Even if it's just by a smidgen. But what if, and even better, what if them clicking on my stream gets a laugh out of them? What if what if they smile? What if they say, "Oh, that's a funny joke," or "Man, this stream's really nice," or what if they just felt a little bit better? I don't even
Mhm.
see the need to see the reaction or anything. What if it just made someone feel better? And like, I think that's because if it was for me, I wouldn't get up in the morning. If it was for
And
and
yeah,
like, I'm not. It's not the best way to be, but I'm not ashamed to say that if this was a chat of just 40 of me, fuck that. That ain't. No, I'm not getting up. I'm going back to sleep. But I,
hmm
you know, I get up in the morning and I go, let's be the funniest motherfucker on the planet 100% of the time, you know?
yeah,
And even if,
and just oh, go
sorry,
ahead.
and even if I'm not funny 100% of the time, at least I'm trying. And I think
Yeah,
that's enough.
just to turn it around a little bit for chat, because what you said is very, very streamer coded, very, very. Obviously, it's the same thing for people that just are generally funny, but using it to mask whatever else
Mm.
is obviously just the concept of making other people happy is making Himbo very happy, and that's you guys in chat. It's not something where you have to be an active participant in. You might not even think you're making other people's days better by being around, but there are so many people, even if you're not, it's not even direct things. Generally being polite even can make somebody's day. The amount of times that you'll just, walk through a store and uh, even if you don't outright help somebody with something, just not being an asshole is already kind of, not to set the bar too high, but it's already more than some people do. And
Yeah.
all these little things really add up for other people, whether you realize it or not. And it's always something that you don't even have to keep in mind. If it's just part of your everyday, just knowing that you have an effect on the world around you is already really, really nice to have in the back of your mind.
God,
I
yeah, it's a I can't exaggerate the amount of times Lam has messaged me good stream after a stream, and even if I don't feel great about the stream, like I'll be very honest, I am so disappointed in myself for my co-working stream recently. I'm so disappointed in myself. I felt so boring. Kind of out of nowhere, but Lucy was added guilty gear drive. Is that Edge Run? Yes, it is. And all the soundtrack of the game of Edge Runners is in the game, so you can listen to "I Really Want to Stay at Your House" while getting your ass kicked. Oh, see, and like exactly that. That you just proved my point. You made me feel better. I can't say I hate to no, I don't hate to admit it. I'm a generally very unhappy person. I'm very unsatisfied with what I can do and what I do. But if I made one person happy, even if I threw a brick at a wall and someone laughed, you know what? Oh, thanks for the radiant plastic bag, you piece of shit game. I just I think that I don't know. It's always just been enough to make someone laugh, and I wish I
yeah.
could keep that mentality all the time, because whether I'm talking to like two people, or 50 or 200, I want to be sure that I've done my job in making someone happy, and I know that it's not the healthiest way to be, but if I can consistently do it, which I hope I am, which I do think I am, it makes me very happy.
Yeah. And again, it is everybody's very different, and whatever does get you to that feeling of at least being more stable
Mm.
is a really good starting point because uh, we talked about how hard it is to put the work in. It's even harder when you don't feel like you have any reason to.
Hmm.
It's it it's super cliche,
Thank you,
and I'm
Max.
sure a lot of people have heard it a million billion times, especially if you've ever tried to talk about serious problems with somebody. But just the three words of "it gets better" is like absolutely incredible. It
Mm.
sometimes will get worse. It definitely does get worse at times, but it always eventually, if you stick through, it does get better. You meet amazing people out of the weirdest places. You find your new favorite place to eat because you get stranded somewhere someday without transportation. There's all sorts of little things that just add up over time and make us who we are. And whether it's good or bad, the only thing we can really change about it is our outlook. And I don't know. It's a lot
I
easier for me to talk about because I do feel
Mhm.
very stable in who I am. But even when I wasn't, it was more of uh, well, I'm different than I was before, and I'll
And
be
that's
different than
enough.
I am
Yeah.
now,
I
and
always
that's
feel
enough.
like as long as you're not hurting people, you are always doing a better you are always being a better
Right.
version of your past self.
Of
I
course.
The only way that you can go down is by choosing that. It's in I know it sounds like, oh, people don't choose to be assholes. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. There's no way you
Hmm.
can't. The same way you choose to be nice. You might not think that you do it. You might not think that you saying please or thank you is like kind, but it is. But like that's the only reason you don't feel that way is because it's the bare minimum at this point. But
Hmm.
even doing the bare minimum is a lot more than some others, and I, and you'll know the difference between you and other people when you see those other people that are assholes that just instead of having a shit day and trying to make themselves better, they find comfort in making people in the same state as them. Like, one
Yeah.
thing I've always struggled to understand is the people that will just, if they are having a shit day, they will spread it everywhere they see fit. And I understand you're grieving. I understand you're upset. I understand that you're having a shit day. But like a public forum where you are open to critique and open to anonymous comments is not the right place for that. That's how you get worse. And I feel like some people
Yeah.
thrive off that because of uh, any attention is good attention is a terrible mentality to have. If I was only known for being an asshole, I would hate that. Hi, Coco. Hi. If I was only known for, we are the red celebrating yet another birthday bash. If I was known as an asshole, I think that would ruin me. I mean, I touched on this earlier with like saying one of my biggest regrets is being known as like an asshole in other communities because of mistakes I've made. And honestly, with the person I upset, I wouldn't blame them. If they were like, yeah, that himbo guy who was kind of an asshole to me, and the people in their community hated me, I agree with them. That's so true. At my work, there was a woman who comes in, admittedly, is more slightly insane, but my other coworkers just treat her as a general disdain. So she looks so have to see me behind the counter because she knows I'll actually talk to her. Exactly. There's. I'm gonna get a bit personal here, but um, oh, okay. Oh, I've never told this story. There was a man who I will not say what he did was right. He used to come into the store that I worked at, almost blackout drunk, after driving, and I would see him and I'd be like, oh right, yeah, just this, and he's like, yeah, yeah. And then one day I asked him if he was all right, and he looked at me and he just looked at me and he said no, and that is a bewildering thing to hear. It's almost threatening to hear that in a way because you're so used to this. Oh yeah, I'm all right, especially in the UK. And he looked at me and he said, "No, I'm not all right." And he, I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna ask my coworker to take over the till, and us two are gonna go outside, and you're gonna tell me why." And he was very much dying, and that was a phenomenally horrible experience. I'm not horrible because of him opening up, but the realization that I have this this has been on this guy's mind for a while, and you can tell with just the way he almost broke down, just saying, "No, I'm dying," and and it kind of just you understood, you know, because you see this person who's driving, drinking, and driving, you go, "What an asshole! What a fucking asshole! He could hurt people," and then you realize why he doesn't care, and this man, he talked to me for about half an hour, and my boss came outside and was like, "Hey, is everything okay?" I'm like, I think I'm gonna have to like call work early, just talk to this person. And luckily my boss was understanding at the time and was like, "Okay, yeah, yeah, sure, you do that. Just know you're not getting paid." And I'm like, "Completely fine by me, this is more important."
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "Okay, yeah, okay. You are gonna have to make up for this." I'm like, "Yep, please, just need the space." And I sat down with him. Um, we had a couple of drinks, and it really, and I was like, "How many people know?" And he's like, "Well, I don't have family." And I I'm sat next to him, and I'm like, "Okay, well, does anyone know?" And it's like, "Yeah, I've got a doctor." Like, well, do you have anyone in your personal life? And he's like, "No, not really." And I ask him like, "How did he find out?" And he says, "Well, I had a nasty fall, and it ended up giving me a stroke, and ever since then they found cancer in my brain." And obviously that, you know, infamously not a good debuff. Um, and
Mm-hmm.
he was just like, "Well, I don't know what to do anymore." And I said, "Well, you know, you do have drinks. Do you want to throw a party?" And he laughed. I'm glad he laughed. God, I'm so fucking glad he laughed. And in that moment, I kind of realized just the importance of anything as small as that. If I could recreate the feeling of that laughter, because oh, don't cry. After a few months after that, I never saw him again. And I say you can only assume. I know what happened, but
Mm-hmm.
I, but it always stuck with me, and I never forgot that feeling. I still can't. It's fucking ingrained in me. I had nightmares for weeks. I had horrendous nightmares of just hearing that no. It's what like it's not even it's the way he said it. It was just, no. It was so just empty, and I feel like that was such a big wake up call again, a lot of wake up calls this stream, but I never felt the same about making somebody laugh again, because how could I? I made somebody who had months, weeks left to live laugh. Is there a point in making anyone else laugh again? Luckily I did not go the deranged route of no. But I kind of just, I felt like if I could make somebody in their final weeks laugh, I feel like that would be enough forever. So, and not to say that I'm chasing that feeling again, absolutely not. But the idea of just that I could make something better is really all I ever want to strive for again. And there are times I feel like I've done that. There are times where I go, hey, I've made that man laugh, and it's an insane thing to hold on to. Oh baby, it's Minecraft time after that story. But I genuinely believe that if if I had any job in this fucking world to do, it was that, and I did it, and I want to continue doing that for people. And that's like the I will never fucking give up doing that. I made that man smile, and I genuinely believe that as much as I can try and top that, I never will, but I don't have to. But I'm just happy to make people happy, and I think that's the only thing I've ever wanted to do since that point.
Yeah, I think that it's a very important part of society is doing what you can, even the little things to help others. But know that that's not the only value that you have as a person. Obviously, if that's what gets you out of bed in the morning, by all means, hold on to that. But there's so much more to it. Like, personal improvement for the sake of personal improvement is another reason that a lot of people are like still able to keep going with things, and sometimes that does involve helping other people. Sometimes it involves just introspection, which is honestly a way easier to say than actually do. And when it comes to helping other people, I think the two best things for being in a position to help them is having these experiences that you can pull from, either from yourself or from people you've talked with prior, and also being in a place yourself where you actually do have the comfort of being able to put the extra time in to help. As much as it is, you know, a fun idea to think about being able to help everyone at any time, somebody that's already going down with the ship isn't going to be able to save someone else that's going down with the same ship. It's, yeah, if neither person can swim, you jumping in the water to help them
Not helping,
isn't
yeah.
going to help anything at all.
I despise that mentality as well. At my experiences with just people that won't help them, learned helplessness is what it's called, where people will just keep themselves because it might be comfortable, but it's fucking awful. Not ever going out of your way to help yourself is one thing, but forcing the people that are trying to help you to get into that mentality as well is disgusting and deplorable. I don't care what you're going through. That attitude is disgusting, and it needs to be like, it doesn't even need to be nipped in the bud. It needs to be fucking burned at the roots. Because if you are willing to make somebody worse just to get some sense of normality, that is unforgivable to me. Genuinely, it has been so difficult for me to ever fathom people that do that. And while I do try and be a bit more open-minded and tolerate that people can change from that mentality, I've yet to fucking see it. And it's always been something I've been so... I mean, that kind of goes into the topic earlier where we were talking about people that just will be like really guilt trippy when you don't respond or something. I just... It's disgusting. It's disgusting behavior, and then to to abuse somebody's help, to go, this person is helping me, this is my chance to be vulnerable, make them vulnerable, and drag them down. I, selfish. I can't ever just, it frustrates me. It's one of there's I was gonna say there's few things that frustrate me. That's a fucking lie. I'm a little petty bitch, but I I get so frustrated, like physically, at the idea that someone would do that.
It's it's very much one of the reasons that I think having your own emotional stability comes first before helping others is that's what helps you recognize that. Unfortunately, a lot of the time, the only way you get ahead of that is by having experienced it before.
Absolutely,
And yeah,
I can safely say, and I'm very ashamed of it, I was very much in that mentality, which I know is hypocritical after saying I don't think people can change. But I only say that from my experience of where I still get those feelings. I just suppress them. Where I'm like, I could make this person feel worse, and that'd make me feel a little bit better. But I don't. You know, I still get those feelings, and it disgusts me. It genuinely makes me feel vile to think that somebody's helping me, and I could I even have the thought of making that worse. But maybe I'm wrong, and it can change, and maybe I've changed myself because I know for a fact I used to do that shit. I used to, if someone, I was shitty online and I was like, oh, my day's been so bad, oh, nothing goes right for me, and I kid you not, I would wholeheartedly grab the back of my head and slam it into a wall if I could at that given moment. I would have flattened it. I would have omni-manned myself to make sure that I did not hurt the people I did by acting like that online. And I hope to God that I eventually forgive myself for that shit. Even though I don't think I will, because I will always severely hate that part of me that feels that way.
yeah. The very first part is just being able to acknowledge it and realize that like that's the very that's the starting place for introspection is going, okay, this is something I do and I don't like it. And then you can focus a little bit more on, okay, where does this come from? Is there a specific time or feeling that I have that generally causes this to be something I think about more? And just the fact that it is something you recognize in yourself and want to change is already a lot further than some people get. Like
I
it's easy to chalk everything up to narcissism because a lot of people have main character like
yeah.
yeah, they have main character syndrome. They don't even care to think that other people are real people too. And it's
A
I don't
lot
know.
of
It's yeah, go ahead,
a
sorry.
lot of people tell me, no, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. A lot of people tell me that like I don't have these traits and I give too much to people. But in a way, I kind of circle that back as, oh, I've tricked these people into thinking that I'm a genius, you know. And
Mhm.
and there's days where I believe I'm right, and there's days where I believe I'm wrong, and it's always like a balancing act on that shit. Um, I'm never gonna top that fucking golden ray. It's bullshit.
The
Um,
timing could not have been better too.
oh God. I I genuinely think that like I don't know. I guess it depends on my day on whether like I believe that that is what I'm doing. Because I would some days go like, oh no, this person is my friend, and then other days it's like, oh, I've tricked this person into being my friend, and I do struggle with those feelings
Mhm.
a lot. But I always kind of like ensure myself that I I've never been a good liar. And a lot of my longest friends can attest to me not being a very good liar. So if I can lie that well, holy shit, I'm throwing it out of the park. But I I kind of assure myself with the things that my friends have assured me with is, oh,
Mhm.
I'm a shit liar. As much as that might sound like, no, it's not a negative thing, ish. But like I mean, you know, depends on the context. But it is a very reassuring thing to have. Oh yeah, you're so dog shit at lying. You could even trick me into believing we were like secretly enemies, and you know that's something that I
Mhm.
again I've already flipped the switch on what I was saying before where I believe this and now I don't believe this. It's you know it just matters depending on how I feel at that exact
Yeah.
moment.
It's one of the things that I I'm no psychologist, but one of the things that I actually believe about imposter syndrome stuff is that the first step to getting over things like that is to realize that you are acting the way that you are because that's what you want to be.
Mhm.
And if you want to be like that, it's already a bigger part of you than whatever little bit is still trying to fight against it. Like you are very much in control of what you're choosing to do and what you're choosing to present to the world. And barring whatever else you're thinking in the back of your mind, at the very least, you care so very much about both yourself and the people around you that you've chosen to act in this way that you do have to actively think about. And eventually, you'll probably reach a point where you don't have to think about it anymore. But until then, you've already put in so much of the work that a lot of people don't actually manage to get to.
Until then, I've got Toto edits.
There you go. Exactly.
I
But yeah, it's kind of like the whole thing where if you fake confidence hard enough, it's completely indistinguishable from actual confidence.
and
Only
eventually
you
just
can really
becomes
tell
you.
the difference. Exactly. Yeah.
I I will say it is starting to get to the time where I have to start wrapping up.
Absolutely not a
So
problem.
if it's okay, if I just ask you the grand question again, what is something you've always wanted to talk about on stream? Now that there's been a bit of time to think about it, if there's like a bigger thing or something that you don't believe you've ever said, which obviously not over the line, but I wouldn't expect you to go too far on that.
Yeah, the biggest thing that has always been something that I've worried about talking about too much on streams in general. So lucky
Mm.
you get to have this on your channel. Is the general nature of content creation online. I know people talk about it all the time and go, "Oh, parasocial relationships, man. We also always need to be on the lookout and set boundaries and whatever else."
Yeah,
That is very much at the core of especially Twitch streaming and live streaming and whatever.
very much.
And as long as you have the wherewithal to realize that true connection can start there, but shouldn't just be like
The norm.
the anonymity is
Mhm.
what becomes the connection. It's still something that you can pursue in a healthy way. I have friends that spend a lot of money on streamers, and some of them do it for reasons that they really shouldn't be, and some of them do it just because I think this person's really cool. I enjoy
Yeah.
giving them my time, and I think I'd also enjoy giving them my money. And there's nothing wrong with that. And the people that might tell you there are either lack context or maybe they are trying to tell you that you should do a little bit more introspection before you continue because as long as you're doing things within your means, by all means, it's your money, it's your time. You should be able to do with it
Oh
whatever
God,
you want.
I cannot even begin to tell you how much I struggle with that concept. Of
It's
not
oh,
on
it's
my
not just you.
not on my perspective. I wouldn't say I spend too much on people, but the people that spend money on me, I will never
Mhm.
fucking understand it in the world. I'm grateful for it more than anything, but I still struggle with that confidence to go like, yeah, what I did was worth your money, and it confuses me as well because sometimes I'll have events, right, and it will be like, they won't be the most. They will be. I'm lying. I sadly I can't fake humble. My events are usually very very profitable, and I really appreciate that. But
Mhm.
on top of that, there'll be some random day where I'll go like, "Hey, boobies," and then I'll get like 50 gifted subs, and like I will never fathom the idea that someone just doesn't want to take. It's just give. Like all they
Mhm.
want from me is appreciation, and I've never grown up used to that or had any interactions before Twitch where if I gave something, it was sorry, if something was taken from me, it had something given back or vice versa. So like when someone just gives me subs or something, I don't know how to react because I try and be nice, but always at the top of my mind is you are a fucking idiot. Like I obviously with all the appreciation, you are a moron. I don't think I've earned this. And as much as this is my full-time thing because it has to be. I can't really do anything work-wise because of my back issues and stuff, and my general unknowledgeability on most things outside of streaming. So this has to be what I do. This has to be what I'm good at. And yet, the most important thing about it, the profit. Well, no, sorry. I mean, the most important thing about being able to continue. The most.
That was a weird Freudian slip. Weird that that part of the audio got cut from the VOD,
shit.
guys.
Hold on, go. Oh man.
As, technical difficulties.
But like the most important part about of being able to continue this is the money, because if you don't get anything out of it, and this is the only way you can get anything out of it, you're fucked. You know, like I can't continue this if I don't pay the bills, because you know PC takes power. That's my streamer, everyone. Shouldn't be. Oh, wait, it's slip. The money is the most important part. I don't know if I'm explaining it right.
No, I 100% understand where you're coming from. And the one thing that I would say is, you know yourself better than any of us ever will. Just be careful that the idea of this being your source of income doesn't lead to some crazy burnout because you don't enjoy doing a specific thing that does get you what you need to live.
Again, the funny thing is that like I've had those times where I've gone, I need to do something for this, but then I think back to the times where I've done nothing and people have supported me. Like sometimes I'll just see a random dono and I'll go, okay, thank you. Why? Like I didn't do anything to earn this, and I think that always keeps me in check. That these people do not support me on these weird give or take relationships where I do something, they pay me. They do it because they just like me enough to do it, and that always keeps me in check, and I'm so fucking thankful for that. I'm so fucking thankful that I am not one of those dancing monkeys where like you shoot the revolver but you pay for each bullet to make me dance, you know? And it keeps me in check every fucking time. I'm so glad I don't go, guys, I need the money, and then people support me. If I ever do that, if I, for not an event reason, I mean, if I'm ever like, guys, I need the money, send me the money, in a non-genuine way. Obviously, I don't know how to explain it, but I expect my chat to tell me to shut the fuck up, like, and I'm sure they would, and I'm glad they would, because I don't want to ever make this about the money as much as it's a very intrinsic, I think that's the word, part of it, where it sadly it has to be part of that because it's my job. As much, it's not my job, it's my hobby, it's what I live for, but it's also my job. So as long as I keep it in check that like I don't get this for asking for it, I get this for doing it, you know? I do it, I receive. I don't ask, I don't receive, and I'm glad that it's not one of those, haha, do this for money. That would fucking break me. I think that would cause me to burn out, because I would be panicking every stream of, what have I got to do to be funny? What have I got to do to be funny? And it would just come off as like plastic. It would come off as this giant facade that I am a streamer, when it would be really, oh shit, I'm just trying to chill out to get money.
Oh, definitely, but there are still smaller versions of that and concessions you might have to make, such as like, I really enjoy this game, but it's not going well. My viewers don't like it, or just in general numbers are down because of this.
Absolutely. I do try and avoid that, but recently I don't play Dying Light the Beast on stream because, number one, that it's a very, very emotionally strong game to me. That's my childhood zombie game. And now that I'm seeing everything I've loved for 10 years come into a modern game, that makes me very happy. But at the same time, I don't want to stream it because I don't think people like it that much, you know? And Silent Hill F is the opposite problem. People enjoy watching me play it, but I don't enjoy it. So, I'm, you know, it's a very... You've got to meet in the middle here. If people like to see you suffer in a game, you know what? That's good enough for me, because I'm entertaining people. But at the same time, if it's like Silent Hill F, where this is just like, oh, this is kind of... What the fuck? This is kind of like... mid as like Silent Hill F is. I've seen very mixed reviews on it. It's not for me. I will probably finish it in my own time. It's just I don't enjoy streaming it. Like, oh shit, people wanted to see me hit stuff with a baseball bat for 4 hours. I might as well play any other game. I know what game.
Oh,
Don't
Yakuza.
ever fucking
Hell
say.
yeah.
Don't you dare say it, Ollie. Don't you fucking say it. Don't you dare say Toribashi, you little bitch.
Oh my god, I haven't thought about Toy Bash in so long.
I didn't until that asshole said it. I don't know what is wrong with me. Rhymes with glory. Look, I fucking knew it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I get so frustrated at that game. It's unreal. It's unreal, and it frustrates me to the point my hands shake. And I don't understand it. I would love to give it a try, but if I don't like it, I'm gonna have a mental breakdown. And that is literally it. That is literally it. But I think this is the kind of time we wrap up, if that's
Yeah,
okay with you.
That's perfectly fine.
Is there anything else you would like to say before we get the bolt gun?
I guess I wasn't told how these end.
Oh, yeah. It's
Hmm.
on the other side of the contract.
I don't read. Are you kidding me?
It's all right, Coco. This is gonna be VODed as well.
But yeah, the only thing I would say is, by all means, anytime you want to talk about
No,
whatever,
stay near the edge.
I can. Oh, okay. This is a.
Yeah, that's how it's gonna be.
Oh, I see mice and men.
Look
Okay,
at the
Lenny.
water. Look at the water.
Look at those.
Now,
cute fish
what are
out
your
there.
final words to stream? Obviously.
To stream.
Yeah.
Obviously this has been a blast. I really don't care too much about repping myself. Find little corners of the internet that you feel the most comfortable and hold on to them. Do what you can, and I guess keep watching Himbo because he's a great guy.
See, I've tricked everyone into believing it. And with
I'm not
that,
getting paid.
5, 4, 3, 2. You ready? It doesn't matter.